Alright, what's up everybody? Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thanks so much for watching RETROTHON 2020. Hope you enjoyed Final Fantasy NES by NES Cardinality, and coming up, we got more classic RPG action. I'm going to be playing Dragon Warrior 2, and Game Boy Color version. So, without further ado, I'll get this run started here. So this is the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. It's a compilation re-release version of both of these games. So if anybody who are familiar with the original games, this Dragon Warrior 2 was originally released on NES, and this version is based off of a Japanese re-release version. So generally, the quest objectives and overall locations of items are going to be the same compared to the original, but this game has greatly rebalanced mechanics when it comes to combat, specifically when it comes to initiative, turn order, being a little bit more predictable, the stats and spells of my characters being a little bit stronger, my equipment options being better, and the enemies being a little bit weaker. So, without further ado, I think I'm all set to get the run started. So one speed tech thing I want to point out here at the start here, I've selected message speed 8. This is the battle text message speed. It says slow, but this message speed actually allows me to advance text when I press an input. So I'll be mashing through the text as quickly as possible in battles to get it going actually even faster than the fast message speed. So timer for this game will start when I select my file and start the run. So there's about a 4-minute cutscene here at the beginning of the run that I can't skip. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started and introduce the rest of the run. So you're all set, I am too. Let's get started with the run here. 3, 2, 1, go! I've set up some special names for my characters here for tonight's run, so you're allowed to rename the 3 characters in this game, in this version. So, as I said, this is the Game Boy Color re-release version of Dragon Warrior 2. This cutscene here is going to explain the story, and as with some of these old RPGs, there isn't a whole lot of story. Basically, the hero of Dragon Warrior, after defeating the Dragon Lord, he and his descendants founded kingdoms across the land. 3 of these kingdoms, in this version, they're named Laurasia, Cannock, and Moonbrook, ruled over by his descendants, and we'll be playing as the royalty of these three houses. So, the speedrun approach for this game is going to be quite a bit different than what we saw from the from NES Final Fantasy. There will be no battle manipulation as far as RNG is concerned, although we will be stopping and fighting practically everything we come across. This is mostly because the monsters that we encounter, the random encounters in the game, are filled with extremely dangerous monsters. Running from enemy encounters carries with it particular risk. So for the most part, we need to stop and fight most of the enemies that we encounter along the way. This is approximately a 4-hour speedrun. I've estimated 4 hours and 10 minutes. About 3/4 of the speedrun is going to be spent going through the game, collecting all the different quest items, and advancing the game in unlocking different dungeons and getting to the end of the game. Once I reach the final dungeon, though, I'm going to need to earn more experience points to be strong enough to defeat the final bosses. So we'll be spending some time at the final dungeon earning experience by level grinding at the final dungeon, where it's most efficient to earn experience points. Here's our Princess of Moonbrook 2020. So, generally speaking for this run, my equipment will be very good on my characters, but my levels will be very, very low. My party will be just barely strong enough to meet most of the challenges that I'm going to face, and it's going to be up to me to make good choices to survive in battle. This means moment-to-moment decision making in battles, managing my resources over longer dungeons, and even adjusting my route to accommodate how things might be progressing. Making good choices, especially in battle, requires immense amount of knowledge, understanding every single enemy's strength, endurance, speed, vulnerability to different status effects, etc. So yeah, so the forces of evil Warlock Hargon are attacking Moonbrook, and despite the best efforts of the guardsmen and the king, it seems that the forces of evil are victorious, at least for now. So the cutscene's almost over, and then I will get control of my first character here. This lone guardsman from Moonbrook will make his way here to Laurasia Castle. It's called Middenhall in the original NES version. Like I said, I'll be using the names in this version since that's what I'm most familiar with at this moment. Okay. So here we're going to meet our first character, the Prince of Laurasia, Prince Retro here. The Prince of Laurasia, he's our toughest, strongest character. He's got the best weapons and armor selection out of all three of my party members, but on the downside, he is the slowest of my three characters, and he learns no magic spells at all. So he is going to be our quintessential soldier class, the fighter we just saw earlier. Here, the game's going to begin. I begin the game only with one character here, the Prince of Laurasia, and I've got to recruit the other two characters. In fact, that's going to be my main focus here at the start of the run, is getting my other two party members as quickly as possible. Starting the quest off, my dad here, the King of Laurasia, is going to send me off to fight the forces of evil, and he's going to give me 50 gold and a copper sword. And I'm going to immediately take this copper sword, I'm going to go to the item shop, and I'm going to sell and buy a bunch of items in a very particular order. That's because in this version, when you buy items from this item merchant, depending on how much gold you have at the end of transaction, this merchant will give me these slot tokens. And I will then be using these slot tokens, selling the slot tokens back. They sell for 53 gold each. And I'll be using that to facilitate purchasing some more powerful weapons, as well as supplies here in the beginning of the game. So bear with me a moment. It's very important that I buy and sell these items in a very particular order to make sure that this works right. So shoutouts to my friend EvilAsh25 for coming up with this buy-sell route. I lost my place. Antidote, I should have 93 gold. I'll buy one more leather shield. And then, so that I have 1 gold left, I'll sell my medical herb and then buy another one. Okay, great. Oops. Alright, super. So, by buying those items in that specific order, the result of that is now that I have 4 medical herbs in my bag. This will help me keep me alive until I get to Prince Cannock. 3 slot tokens, which I'm going to sell later to get gold. The leather armor that Prince Retro started the game equipped with. 2 leather shields, one of them is equipped, and the other one I'll give to Prince Cannock when we meet him. And no weapon, since I don't want to fight anything right now, and exactly 1 gold coin, and that's important as well later, as I'll get to in just a minute. Alright, so in this section of the game, we're going to be proceeding through the quest triggers to get Prince Cannock as quickly as possible. And as I mentioned earlier, I have no weapon, and I want to make sure I have 1 gold coin, so I do not want to fight any monsters. We'll be running away from all of the enemies in this section. When I go to run from enemies in battle, the first time I try and run, it's a 50-50 chance of being successful. The second time I try, it's also a 50-50 chance. The third time I try, it's a 75% chance in my favor. I want to make sure I don't save the game in this town. And then the 4th time and on, when I try and run, I have a 7/8 chance of running. I actually never get a guaranteed run at any point. Each time I fail to run, all of the enemies in the battle will take an action, and which can be very dangerous, as the enemies I'm going to be encountering are very strong. In this section, as I'm moving forward, I can run once. I need to watch my HP, and oh, I took way more damage than I thought. What? Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a big mistake on my part. I got away with that. I was just explaining. I need to be proactive about healing my character here in battle. My character here, he's generally slower than the enemies I'm encountering here. And when I need to heal myself in battle, I need to account for the fact that I'm likely to take some damage before I am able to heal myself. Oops. So I waited too long to heal there, and that was actually kind of risky, so we got away with it. That's good. Oh, the Cobra. It's pretty rare to see this guy. This is one of the strongest enemies I can see here, and he can poison me, but he only ever shows up alone. Wow. Triple run fail, please. Alright. 2 herbs down. I have 2 left. I'm poisoned now, which is kind of annoying, but we're most of the way through this cave, so it's not too much of a problem. So we talked to the King of Cannock. We're trying to get my friend Prince Cannock, and 17 is okay for now. He's not home at Cannock Castle, so he's trying to prove his bravery by coming here to the Spring of Bravery. We're going to do the same thing. There are 3 quest flags that I need to trigger to get Cannock to appear. So this is the second one. I'm going to be taking my equipment off to be performing something called a Death Warp. And this is why I want 1 gold coin here. Okay, so I told him I'm looking for Cannock. Okay, so now I'm going to intentionally get myself killed. When you die in the Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior series, typically what happens is that you get sent back to the last town that you saved the game at, and the game takes away half of your gold. In this case, I'm going to lose my 1 gold and have no gold left, which is actually precisely what I want. So I've taken my equipment off, so these enemies will kill me very quickly. It's going to send me back to Laurasia Castle, which, talking to my dad here, is the 3rd trigger. That's why I did not want to save the game in Cannock. I want to come back here to Laurasia. Make sure I put my equipment back on. Hey, great idea. And then we're ready to get Prince Cannock. Super. So this is actually the only time I want to intentionally perform a Death Warp in the run. It may become necessary to get myself killed in certain circumstances, but hopefully that won't happen. Alright, so all that's left here is to travel to the town of Leftwyn. It's just to the west of Laurasia, and we'll meet our first party member, well, our first recruited party member, our second party member here, Prince Cannock in green. Okay, if I did this right. Here he is. Prince Thon of Cannock here is going to join up. So Cannock's our second character. Cannock is a little bit of a mid-range character. He has decent weapon options, but rather poor armor and defense. His speed is similar to Laurasia and generally slower than most enemies. And has some magic spells, but generally not strong as the princess we'll see soon. Now that I have Cannock, I'm going to do another huge buy-sell thing. And again, it's very important that I buy and sell these items in a particular order, so... Oops. Bear with me. Okay, when I don't get a medical herb there, I need to sell one and buy it back. Follow the blue path. Excuse me. Okay. At the end of all of this buying and selling, it seems a little bit tedious, but we get a lot of gold, and we're going to use this gold to buy some pretty good weapons. Normally it would take a lot more monster grinding to earn this much gold, so this is a lot faster in the end, and it'll let me get started with the quest instead of having to level grind a bunch in the beginning. 2 tokens. 331 gold, buy herb. Sell herb. Buy antidote. Oh. Sell Cannock's club. Buy wings. Okay, good. Want to double check that I was on track. We are doing just fine. Oops. 2 herbs, sell 2 tokens. You have 2 tokens. Almost done. Buy herbs to max. I think I need 4, but I'll double check. 2. Oops. 3. 4. Oh, I know, I used 3, that's right. Okay, so 5, and then at this point I'm basically finished. We're just going to sell the last 2 tokens that I have. Where's the last one? Here it is. I actually need to move something of yours over to Retro. Move the leather shield and equip it. Okay. It's taken a little bit of time there, but now we have a whole bunch of gold without fighting anything. I'm use it to buy a chain sickle and a copper sword. So now I have a sickle and a copper sword, leather armor, and leather shields for both characters, so much better than the equipment we normally start with. But I am still level 1 with no experience points earned. So now it's time to actually start getting on with the quest in a little bit more of a proper sense. So now I have some weapons and 2 characters. We can actually fight stuff. I didn't need to attack with Cannock. Oh, he actually beat it. That's rare. So this is a common theme. As I mentioned earlier in this run, my equipment is actually really good for this level. Level 1, I'm not supposed to have weapons this strong, but I am level 1. We're going to be moving ahead with the game into some pretty dangerous parts at low levels, and that's a pretty common theme with how this run plays out. Good equipment, poor levels. Alright. So the next step on our quest here is to get the Princess of Moonbrook, and she needs our help in the next town of Hamelin. So we're going to be fighting our way over to Hamelin. While I'm working my way over there, I want to make sure, as much as possible, to get Prince Cannock up to level 3. Nice critical hit. At level 3, he's going to learn the Fireball spell, and this is going to be a very useful tool in helping me fight certain enemies, especially high defense power enemies, like the Armorpedes later. For now, the only spell Cannock has is Heal, and he has MP enough to cast it twice, which is not bad. At level 2, I actually have an extra strength, so I might be able to beat this thing. Good. Okay. Good. Level 3, level 2 already. Encounter rate's been a little high here on the way to the gate, but that's okay. Reaching level 3 means Lorage is going to have higher strength and will make fighting things in here a little bit easier. Yeah, this is the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 2. I'm actually playing it on a Game Boy Player add-on for GameCube. That's how it's being played and streamed right now. The Armorpede, as I mentioned, has very high defense, and I can't fight him right now. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to stop and fight something along the way here before I move on too much further. As I said earlier, it would be really helpful if I can get Prince Thawne up to level 3 as well before we move further. Let's be a little more careful. The stat gains for my characters as they level up are fixed. There's no variance in them, so when my characters level up at specific levels, their stats are always the same. And I need to actually count on this. My equipment and weapons and levels are pretty much the same every single run, and which means that enemies, how much damage they do, is pretty much the same all the time. And I actually need to know that information. I need to know very specifically how strong enemies are to make decisions about whether it's safe to heal, defend, attack, etc., to keep my characters safe. As a general rule of thumb, reviving characters in this game is very inconvenient and very expensive as well. Not only in terms of gold in the game, but also time-wise in a speedrun. So as much as possible, I do not want my characters to die. There are a lot of situations where that's completely unavoidable. The enemies are ferociously strong. I don't want to oversell how strong some of these enemies are, but I'm sure we'll see plenty of dangerous battles. Okay, so we made it to Hamlin without too much trouble. Ran away from some of those armor pedes, but that's okay. We're gonna rest up here and save the game. Excuse me, dog. And to help the princess, I'm gonna need Ra's Mirror, and Ra's Mirror is hidden in a swamp nearby, so we're gonna go try and get that as quickly as possible. I saved the game here in Hamlin, and there are two major reasons I've done that. One, this journey to getting Ra's Mirror is rather dangerous, and as you're about to see, I'm about to die. Yep, I'm certainly dead. And it's very likely that I can get killed by some battles if the run luck is not good. As I just mentioned, reviving characters is very expensive. I simply can't afford to revive there. So we'll just reset and try again. The other reason is that, as I mentioned earlier, the return spell and warp wings that I use return me to the last town that I saved the game at, which I want to return here when I'm finished getting the mirror. I don't want to go back to Laurasia. Alright, well let's try again. Oh, tasty lizard flies, but I don't want to see them right now. These things give good experience points later and are generally pretty easy to beat, but fighting enemies is generally not worth my time right now, not until I get the princess. This is going to be very slow to fight, so I'll risk running again. Budgeting what MP and herbs I have left here in this stretch. As I get closer to the mirror, I may be more inclined to fight something if it's going to be safer. This is a little bit risky because of this magic ant. He has the sleep spell, and if both of my characters fall asleep, I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay, seems good. I'm going to have to budget my MP now. I'll probably have to heal with medical herbs so that I can save some MP to attack with if I need it. The run rates, I mentioned them earlier, it's strictly luck-based. So it's 50-50 on the first two tries, 75% on the third try, 7/8 and beyond for any attempt beyond that. Okay, good. That was much better that time. No problem. Alright. Didn't fight anything, but did spend a good chunk of my MP, so it's worth resting there before we recruit the princess. Hello again, dog. Oh, it moved. Hold still. The dog is actually the princess. Hargon's forces cursed her, and since we've broken the curse, she's happy to help us join our quest and help get revenge on Hargon, so great! The gang is all here, our 3 party members. Princess Moonbrook is pretty much the opposite of Prince Laurasia. She is the weakest weapons and armor options, but is the slowest and has very powerful magic spells. Sorry, did I say slowest? She's the fastest character and has very powerful spells. In particular, she's a lot faster than many of the monsters that we're going to run into, and I'm counting on her. Ooh, tasty lizard flies, they're back. We got the gang together, RETROTHON 2020. Excellent. Okay, now that I have my party members together, I'm going to stop here and actually work on earning a little bit of experience points. As I mentioned, the Princess Moonbrook here learns very powerful magic spells, and one of them she's going to get at level 2 once I earn 100 experience points. This encounter, I think, gives 104? Or no, 100 exactly. No, 108. Oh, that's great. She'll go straight to... Ow, he gained 2 levels. Great. She'll go straight to level 2, and she learns the sleep spell. This is one of the most powerful spells in the game. As I mentioned, she's actually one of the fastest characters in my party. Well, she is the fastest character in my party, and generally faster than most enemies. And I'm counting on her to go first and immobilize many enemies with the sleep spell in some dangerous situations in order to defeat things safely. So we'll be seeing this sleep spell get used an awful lot. Monsters that are put to sleep are guaranteed to stay asleep for at least 2 turns. They can't successfully wake up until the second check. So it's very powerful. Alright, great. Even though I've earned enough experience to get the sleep spell, Moonbrook also learns the powerful Inferno spell at level 4. This is a group area attack spell. It hits all enemies in one formation at a time for actually a fairly strong amount of damage. So it's going to be in my best interest to get a little bit closer to level 4 before I proceed on with the quest. Also, before I proceed to the next town, I want to make sure I get enough gold to purchase a stronger weapon, a steel sword. Army ants. These things are worthless in terms of experience and gold. They're easy to beat, but they don't really give me much. So I've come over to these hills tiles. This is generally the case in Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest games. Certain overworld tiles have different encounter rates than others. So those open world grass tiles have a lower encounter rate than the forest tiles, which have a lower encounter rate than these hills tiles. So when I want to look for monsters like this, it's sometimes really helpful to come to these hills tiles where there are, I can fight, hopefully encounter monsters faster. Okay. These baboons are really strong, but should be no problem once they fall asleep. So it's another really important thing to know when I come across these monsters. Knowing how strong they are, what they're weak against, how vulnerable they are to the sleep spell in particular is a very important thing to know. And while I don't have the odds memorized for every single monster, I do know a lot of key enemies. Those baboons, for instance, are 60% chance to put to sleep. Most of the enemies in this region are about 60%. Okay, good. Since I defeated the one, I know it's actually safe to attack. Okay, good. Running out of MP here, but that's fine. Okay. That should do it. Okay. Princess reached level 3, that's pretty good. Oh, I got a club drop. Cool. Each monster has its own item drop, both in terms of odds. Different monsters have different chances of dropping an item, and each monster has a specific item it can drop. The item that gets dropped is determined by the last enemy that's on the field when the encounter is completed. Usually this is the last enemy I beat. There are some rare exceptions if there are like enemies that run away, for instance, but that's pretty uncommon. Okay. The next thing I want to do here is actually head to the ruins of Moonbrook Castle. Normally we would just, the only thing here in the original version, you would just talk to the spirits of Moonbrook Castle. They would help you figure out how to help the princess. We don't need help with the clues in this game, and that's really fortunate because there are some cryptically hidden quest items in this game. But what is here in Moonbrook Castle in this version is a life acorn. New to the Super Famicom Remake version that was released in Japan, which this version is based off of, are some stat seeds that I can use on my characters to permanently increase their stats by small amounts. There are 4 life acorns that I'm going to pick up throughout the run. 3 of them I'm going to give to Prince Cannock, and 1 of them I'm going to give to Princess of Moonbrook. And as I said earlier, I have very specific like damage ranges and safety thresholds for certain enemies, and just these few extra points of strength or HP or agility in different parts of the run can be extremely helpful and really help my chances of survival. Oh no, I've been trolled by the spirit. This NPC, I can't move through him. He's like the bats, and I've got to wait for him to move out of the way. Oh. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Oh, metal slime. Get him! Kill him! Oh wow, I did 3 damage. He's got 4 or 5 hit points. Kill him! Did I beat him? Oh wow, we beat him. Amazing. That's worth a lot of experience here in the beginning of the game. That's gonna really help. Wow. Super lucky. I beat him in 4 hits. Okay. We got him, Linda. Nice. Okay, well that's really exciting. While it won't help my gold situation, it'll certainly make progressing here a lot easier. I've certainly learned Infernos already, and I'll have a lot more HP and MP for the next section here, so... Oh, that's got me smiling. That's great. Here's where the life acorn is hidden. As I said, I'm going to use it on Thon, and we'll warp back to town. Metal Slime, that's the first spot in the game that we can actually encounter Metal Slime. The first spot in the run where we might see him. Checking my gold and experience and a few other things. I think we're safe to just go on. Gold's a little bit lower, but that's typical when we get Metal Slime. Metal Slime. Metal Slime can also drop an iron helmet as sort of kind of a rare item drop, which is actually very valuable. I'd probably use it for a little bit, but it sells for about 2,000 gold, which would be really nifty to have later, but that's alright. Yeah, this is fine. Actually, I probably wanted to attack, but that's... Infernos will probably do it. Nope. Alright, so we've got the Inferno spell. As I said earlier, it hits all the enemies in the formation that I target. The damage range on it, however, is very wide. The minimum damage it can do is 16, and the maximum it can do is 36. So it has a very wide spread of possible damage ranges. That being said, it's an extremely powerful spell and very useful. We'll be using it all throughout the run, even up to practically the end of the game. We'll still be using it because of how good it is. So another advantage of the Metal Slime here is that Prince Lorage has gotten some extra strength, which he gained at level 7. He gets a very big boost of 9 strength at level 7, which is really critical at helping me defeat these enemies more efficiently. Okay. Good. Oh, slot token from the lizardfly. That'll help my gold. Every little bit helps here. Alright, so I should probably mention what I'm doing. I'm headed over to the Tower of Wind. The Tower of Wind has several treasures that I'm looking to collect. In particular, there's a quest item that I must get, the Mantle of Wind. The Wind Mantle is necessary to cross the Dragonhorn Towers and get to the next town of Leonport. So, before we can get to Leonport, we gotta get the cloak. So let's go get the cloak. I'll just run away from this, it's gonna be slow. At certain points where I'm encountering like weaker monsters, I can sometimes option to run away. If enemies are going to be slow, or if it's going to cost me a lot of MP to run away, or rather to fight it, then it might be more efficient to run away. In many cases, however, as I mentioned, running away means taking lots of damage, and taking damage means having to heal. In most cases, we beat him. In most cases, healing is less efficient on my MP than attacking things. The sleep spell costs 2 MP, heal costs 3, and heal more costs 5. So, Fireball costs 2, Infernos costs 4, so a lot of heal spells are actually more expensive than attacking spells. Okay, here at the Tower of Wind, as I said, there are actually 3 treasure chests I'm going to collect in here. Well, actually the Wind Mantle's not in a treasure chest. Got its own fancy sprite. But first up here is a treasure chest that has some gold in it. The exact amount of gold is different every time, but it's about 350 gold, 338. Most of the enemies in here are things like these zombies and smokes or phantoms. weaker enemies that probably won't do much to me. Or in the case of the zombies, those are very slow to fight. They have a lot of health and frequently defend themselves, which means I do reduce damage for the turn. But when we encounter these ghost rats, I want to make sure and fight them. Not only are they fairly strong, but they're pretty easy to defeat with this Inferno spell. And they give me 25 gold apiece. Ooh. Oh, and they drop medical herbs too. Thanks. Okay. Oh. A little bit of bad luck there on the run, but it's alright, hanging in there. I have lots of MP on the princess, way more than usual, so I don't mind using some of hers to heal. Normally I'd be very against using her MP to heal, but I have lots of it, so we'll be fine. Oh no! I've been surprised by smokes. In many cases, as I mentioned, similar to why running is such a problem, being surprised by enemies is like often horrifying, but occasionally not so dangerous enemies. Okay, so there's the Wind Mantle. One more treasure chest I want to get here in this version. There are several treasure chests that have wizard rings in them. There are actually 4 treasure chests that we're going to get in the game that have wizard rings inside of them. Wizard rings are very special, sometimes called prayer rings, but they can be used as items to recover MP, which is rather rare in this game. So what you do is you have a wizard ring and you use it and you recover MP each time you use it, and wizard rings can be used as many times as you want to recover MP, with the catch that each time you use it, it has a 10% chance of breaking. We tested it out, it should be 10%. And once they break, they are gone for good. They do not come back. As I said, there are 4 of these wizard rings that I'm going to get in treasure chests, and I want to, as much as possible, save them for the end of the game. 2 of them I really would like to have for the final boss rush in particular, but these are really kind of emergency situations. If I'm stranded somewhere and I really need MP to finish a dungeon, I'm going to have to bite the bullet and use the wizard ring. That's what they're for. But like I said, as much as possible, they're to facilitate my grinding for experience at the end of the game efficiently. There it is, the wizard ring. How much gold do I have? Oh, we've got enough gold. We're good. It's my last warp wing. It will take me back to Hamlin here, and we'll rest up and head on to the next section. Resting at the inn. All rested up, and now I'm going to really quickly get some extra supplies for this journey. As I said earlier, I want a more powerful weapon, this steel sword. Here it is. And I've got some extra stuff I want to sell. This club and the slot token. Okay, and then I want to fix my inventory. Sickle goes to Thon. Oh, I want to sell the sword too. Herb to... Actually, I have a lot of herbs. Wind Mantle to Thon, and Wizard Ring to 2020. I want to sell the Copper Sword and buy a Warp Wing. And one more herb as well. Sell Copper Sword. I'm going to equip Cannock's new stuff, the Sickle, and make sure I equip the Wind Mantle. You need to equip it to get it to work. Okay. We're all set now to head to the next town of Leonport. So to get to Leonport, we're going to have to cross through the Dragonhorn Towers. There's a channel of water that cuts through the overworld that I can't cross. In order to cross it, I need to climb to the top of the southern Dragonhorn Tower and jump off the top of it while I have the Wind Mantle equipped. The Wind Mantle works like a parachute, and it carries me safely across to the other side, where I can get to Leonport. Leonport is a port town, as the name maybe you can tell. And in a port town, I'm going to get a boat. classic means of travel here in RPGs. A ship to travel the ocean. This is one of the first ships, one of the first modes of transportation in a Japanese role-playing game. Dragon Quest II's original release, Famicom release, predates Final Fantasy. Although the NES releases are actually not in that order. Okay, we're going to cross through this big desert section. We might see more of our friend Metal Slime, but he's usually accompanied by other enemies, which makes the Metal Slime very much a risky trap. I must defeat the other enemies first before fighting the Metal Slime, because the other enemies are dangerous. Okay. Already level 9. Thanks, Metal Slime. 50 HP. Nice. In particular, I'm looking on the lookout for the Man-Eater plant. The Man-Eater plant, while it is a very slow enemy, agility-wise, it has an ability called Sweet Breath, which essentially is the sleep spell, and it's very, very problematic. I need to defeat them as quickly as possible anytime they show up. Otherwise, we'll probably just see the ghost rats and the baboons. They hit hard, but I hit hard at this point too, so we should be able to defeat them without really taking a whole lot of damage. Get him, Linda? Nope. He's still here, though. In this case, if the Metal Slime runs away, I'm pretty sure it should use his item drop chance instead of the baboons. Oh, he's still here. Get him! Critical hit. Get him! Oh, yeah, he's still here. Get him! Did we get him? Oh my god, we got another one. Metal Slime number 2. The heck? Easy game, right? Two more Metal Slimes that I've probably killed in the last half a dozen runs that I've played of this game. I'll happily take the big experience head start, though. As I mentioned, earning enough experience points to finish the game is a big part of, actually just attack, is a big part of completing the run, so earning experience points still helps, even now, still really helps me. Nice crit. Okay. Here we are at the South Dragonhorn Tower. There should be 6 floors. I have to climb back and forth twice here, so 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, the 6th floor is the top floor. Mostly the same enemies here. We're also on the lookout for Medusa Eyes. They have this sleep spell, and once again, sleep is very powerful, so I don't want to get hit by it as much as possible. So I'll be pretty aggressive at trying to deal with Medusa Eyes, either by attacking them aggressively, or if there's a large group of them, using Stop Spell on them. I should have attacked with her. Okay. Onto the 5th floor, and then we'll go back again. Let's see, how much gold do I have? As much as possible, I'd like to earn enough gold to afford a Cloak of Evasion once we reach the end port, but it doesn't look like been fighting, and we fought very little in the tower. Okay, here are a couple of Medusa Eyes. Since there's only 2 of them, I'm going to fight them by just trying to defeat them quickly here. Good. Good. These enchanters actually can have a chance of dropping an item called an amulet. I'm going to be purchasing amulets later, but amulets can help protect me from the sleep spell and the stop spell spells. Right, that came out strangely, but when enemies try and cast stop spell on me, it will be far less likely to hit me if the character is holding an amulet in his or her inventory. No amulet drop there, but it's fine. Come to the North Tower, and I searched that tile specifically there for an item called the Doozy Yarn. The Doozy Yarn is one of 2 items I need to create a special piece of armor called the Water Flying Clothes. Unlike in the original NES version, the glitch, let's say, that lets you get more than one set of water flying clothes does not work. We're only allowed to get 1 Doozy Yarn, 1 Magic Loom, and thus 1 set of water flying clothes. Already level 10, I have return. That's incredible. 2 metal slimes. Okay. Some Baboons here. Alright, so how much gold do I have? Oh, I have actually way more than I thought. What are you talking about? You have more than enough gold to afford this cloak. Oop, wrong spell. Madol's 100% vulnerable to sleep, so as long as I cast it, they will always go to sleep. Prince Retro should be strong enough to one-hit them by himself, so we'll just beat 1 per turn. No, we can't farm the... I was glad you asked about the evil clown in Laurasia. No, we can't farm him. 1, we are only allowed to defeat him once. We will fight him for a bolt staff, yes, but he's actually not an evil clown. He's a mace master. It's called a magus in this version, and he's much, much more powerful. We will still go fight him because the bolt staff is really good, but that's in about... Oh, we're making pretty good time. In about 20 minutes or so. 20-25 minutes, we'll see the Magus in Laurasia, and we'll go fight him. Alright, we've come here and saved the game just in case this Gremlin fight goes poorly. It's kind of rare that this fight gets out of control, but every now and then. Start by attacking them pretty aggressively. Attack magic is 85% effective. I missed 1. Oh, I missed that one too. But I did enough damage to defeat 1, so it looks like we're in good shape. I'll just continue attacking. Okay. Retro took a lot of damage, but didn't die, so that's fine. Okay, good. Now that we've helped her... Ugh, and the screen will slowly scroll. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Grandpa will give me his boat, and we'll be able to hit the high seas. But before we set out, really quickly, a couple things I want to do. Hidden over here in the corner is a strength seed. Let's heal up a little bit. Let's heal twice. Bonk. Sell clothes and buy better clothes. The evade cloak for Princess 2020. Sweet. Great. I have lots of extra experience courtesy of 2 metal slimes. That's huge. Very lucky. Plenty of gold, it seems. But we're doing pretty well, I'd say. Now that I have a boat, the next thing I want to do is collect all of the keys. There are actually 3 special keys, the silver key, the gold key, and the jailer's key, that are used to unlock various locked doors that I'm going to encounter in the game. So these are going to be necessary for progression. There are also several other quest items and powerful pieces of armor that I have access to now that I have a boat that I'm going to work on getting as quickly as possible. First up, you're right about here. So just to the north should be the town Zahan. Okay, good. Hold on. Sea Slug is 85% vulnerable to sleep and is a very slow enemy, but has that very deadly sweet breath effect, as we mentioned earlier, so I'm trying to make sure we neutralize them. I'm helping navigate in the ocean by counting the animation of the boat bobbing up and down as I'm going across the ocean. This is actually really helpful because it's not indicated visually, but certain parts of the ocean have different monsters than others. Some of them have very strong monsters. In particular, the monsters right outside of this town here in the ocean are very strong, and I want to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, the seaside town of Zahan. I'm going to purchase some supplies. I need 2 repellents. And 2 more warp wings. Since I have 1, I want 3 total. Okay, you're out of space. Oh, I didn't use very many herbs. Warp wing. Slot token. Oh, thanks. At this point, I'm not manipulating any slot tokens. They're just sort of showing up and selling them back for extra gold. Hidden right here on that square is the gold key. One of first of many very cryptically hidden quest items. Get used to that. This is a remake of a old role-playing game, so some of these quest items aren't exactly easy to find. But that's okay, we're speedrunners, and we have foresight to knowing where all of these things are hidden well ahead of time. Alright, so other than the golden key, I can come here into Laurasia's treasury. That's where this Traveler's Gate has taken me back to, in case you can't recognize it. And we're going to take some items. There's some stat seeds, some gold. That last treasure chest is a medical herb. I don't really need any more. And something called Loto Seal, also known as Erdrick's token. In the original Japanese version, his name is Roto, and this version frequently uses names that are a little bit more close to the... Oops, I should have used the stat seeds before I stayed at the end. Silly me. Oh well, it's fine. So, he was called Erdrick in the NES version. So he's called Loto in this version, which is pretty similar to the Japanese version's name. Okay, I'm going to save the game here. I want to come back to Laurasia later. But before I do that, I also want to use these strength seeds. I'm gumming these to make sure I get... Wow, I got 3. I wanted to make sure I didn't get both of them B1s. 3 is pretty low, but strength is less important than the other stats. The agility seeds on Moonbrook are actually going to be the most important. So what ended up in the wrong place because of my menuing? Sorry, the inventory management can be pretty tough in this game. I don't have like a big bag that I can store things in or an easy way to sort things. So it's important that I try and keep track of my items carefully, and by picking up items in a specific way, I can keep track of things easier. Okay. Didn't really talk about this part of the encounter mechanic system, but I'm going to force a battle here before I get back on the boat. The land battles are things like slugs and slimes. The ocean battles are things like gargoyles and vampirus, which are much, much stronger enemies. Maybe you can tell. As I'm walking around in the overworld, there's a counter in memory that's actually sort of a step counter that's counting down as I'm moving around on the overworld. And once that value reaches 0, I get an encounter. Where that... each time there's a... I finish a battle, that number gets refreshed. But the issue is that that number does not get reset when I go into town. In fact, when I'm walking around in town, it's still counting up. Well, down, I guess. So what happens is that the consequence is that when you leave town, after walking around in town, typically you often encounter a random battle very, very soon after leaving a town. Occasionally, I'll be taking in some advantage of this by sometimes forcing an encounter before moving on to a different encounter zone, but that really doesn't get a whole lot of use in this particular version. The game will also re-roll a new encounter threat number if I cast the return spell or use a warp wing. But that's not a lot of opportunities I have to reset it in that way. And some of the other versions, and in some of the other Dragon Quest games that I play, you can get the game to reset that number by walking up and down stairs or in and out of towns, things like that. But that doesn't really work in this version. Okay. We've come to the Sunshrine here and taken the third portal, shown this guy the Seal of Erdrick, and he's going to let me get the helmet, Loto's helmet, Erdrick's helmet. This is the best helmet in the game for Prince Laurasia, and I'm going to equip it and basically never take it off. It's worth 20 defense power, so it's a really big improvement. There's also the Sun Seal hidden there. The Sun Seal is one of 5 elemental seals that I need to collect in order to get an item called Rubus's Charm. Rubus's Charm essentially functions as one of the keys to the final dungeon of the game, and will be necessary to gain access to it. Wow, sleep, please. I missed 3 of them at 85%. Good job. Want to try again? I missed 2 more times. Fantastic. And then you fell asleep. Go figure. It's fine. Moonbrook, please. You can see Sweet Breath is pretty obnoxious. Okay, this tile here, this forest square in the middle of that desert island, is the World Tree. At any time, I can come to the World Tree and search that tile and get a World Leaf, if I don't already have one. World Leaf is a very special item that I can use to revive a dead character back to life, back to full HP. Make sure I have enough gold. Oh, I've got plenty of gold. And then the leaf is consumed. And then I can come back to the tree and get another one. Because of how dangerous some of these parts of the game are, the World Leaf basically sort of works as like a safety net in case some kind of accident happens. It's kind of a good way of looking at what this thing is and how I'll be kind of using it. As much as possible, I'll be doing everything in my power to keep characters from dying, because going to get another World Tree Leaf is still time investment to go get one, but it's often better to revive someone and continue progressing in a dungeon than it is to leave. Well, it's a little bit of give and take with the leaf. Try not to use it, but use it if you have to. Here in Welgarth Town, I've spent 2,000 gold to purchase the secret item, the Jailer's Key, and use the Jailer's Key to talk to Lagos there, Raj Fastfingers in the original Dragon Warrior 2 version. And he gives me Tun's Dam Key that he's stolen. That's going to be a quest item that I use later when we go to the village of Tun. Probably in about 20 to 30 minutes we'll go to this... We'll go to Tun Village. So on our next stop on our sailing trip around the world, we're wrapping around the north side of the world and heading to the other side back to Cannock Castle. In Cannock Castle, hidden behind a gold treasure, or a gold key door. Wow, I hit all 4 of them and killed 3 of them. Wow, that's incredible. Hidden behind another gold key door is the Shield of Erdrick. Again, it's the best shield in the game for Prince Laurasia. We're going to equip it immediately. In fact, I'm just going to throw my leather shield on the ground. Some other adventure, hopeless, or hopeful adventure, maybe hopeless adventure. The monsters in this world are pretty strong. Can we maybe use that shield? You ever wonder why the random pieces of equipment end up in the ground in these towns, in these RPGs? Well, discarded by heroes of long ago. Alright, so what does my inventory look like? No, it all worked out. That looks correct. Okay, great. So, I didn't really mention this, but generally speaking, my characters are in this party order. It goes Laurasia, Cannock, Moonbrook. I'm not allowed to rearrange them, but most monsters prefer to target characters closer to the front of the party. This is really helpful to get all this really powerful armor, Loto's armor, or sorry, shield and helmet already. monsters are more likely to attack Prince Laurasia, and now his defense power is much higher thanks to this armor. We'll be able to do some more dangerous sections a lot safer now. Alright. We've come to this cave now, a little bit out of order. This is the Silver Key Cave. The game's intent, probably from a design perspective, was to have you come to this Silver Key Cave far before you even got Princess Moonbrook. Probably with just your two characters, Laurasia and Cannock. But we're doing this out of order and coming here at much later. Something that happens that doesn't come up very often in the speedrun because of our levels, but if my levels are high enough, I am actually guaranteed to run away from the enemies first try. So as long as Prince Laurasia is level 10, which, well, we killed 2 metal slimes, they better be level 10, I'm guaranteed to run away from the enemies in this cave first try, all the time. So, very harmless enemies. They can ambush me and poison me, which does happen, sadly, a fair bit. Okay, good. There's the 3rd life acorn that we've given to Prince Cannock. That's all the seeds he'll be getting. I've also picked up the agility seed earlier. I'll just be holding on to that for now. I'm at the 1 hour mark of getting the silver key. This is a good time. Good pace. Doing well so far. Nothing's gone wrong. Major has gone wrong yet. That's noteworthy. This is Dragon Warrior 2. The monsters are very strong, and the likelihood of something going wrong at some point is extremely high. So far, so good. Although I'd say this first hour of the run is probably pretty easy compared to the rest of the game. At least survival speaking. To play it well and play it very quickly and efficiently still takes a lot of work, but still working on that. Always trying to improve my decision making, get faster, and make better choices. Well, they weren't aware of me. Free runaway anyway. Alright, so we've got all of the keys. The silver key, the gold key, the jailer's key, and we've even got the dam key. So we'll be able to open all of the locked doors that get in my way. One more trip out here in the ocean, and then we'll be done sailing around for a bit. Oh, turn order. It's much more helpful if Infernos is cast before Cannock attacks, but hopefully Infernos will kill all the jellyfish anyway. Good. It's not a guarantee. Okay. So we're gonna sail west a good bit. My repellent will expire here in a second, but it doesn't work on the ocean anyway. It was working on those land tiles as I was entering and exiting the cave, though. That's what I had it for. The other repellent we'll be using to help avoid encounters while we go to Osterfair after we defeat the Magus in Laurasia, which we'll be doing very soon. Heal. Nice crit. Eventually I'll sail far enough west. It's going to take a while. We'll see a landmark, and then we'll sail again north back to Zahan, which we were at earlier. That's where we got the gold key. Hidden in Zahan are 2 treasures. Now that I have the jailer's key that I can gain access to, they're also hidden behind some damaging barrier tiles that are going to hurt my characters as I step on them. So it'll be convenient to return, which will take me back to Laurasia. So this is one of those examples where it's been a while since I've gotten a battle here in the ocean, and I'm about to sail north to Zahan, and the encounters up in Zahan Ocean are very strong. As I'm sailing around, the chances of me getting into a fight are going up, so by getting a battle here, by stopping and fighting easier monsters here, I can greatly reduce the chances of encountering monsters as I'm proceeding to Zahan. It's not a guarantee. I can't force it, it's still a chance that I've gotten a very low number and I'm going to get a fight anyway for my trouble, but it looks like we made it safely. It's just a little extra safety measure that you can take. It'll just be risky to try and go to town if it's been a long time since I've gotten a fight. Okay. Rest up at the end. This will recover all my HP and MP. Alright, if I do this right, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Heal the party. I take 7 damage per step. 3, 4, 5. There's the Holy Loom. I should be able to step 6, 7, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. So we got the Magic Loom and a second Wizard Ring. Second one, if we're counting, which we are. The Magic Loom is the second item I need to make the water flying clothes, so we'll be able to, we'll get that started when we get to Ton soon. Returning with the Warp Wing takes me back to Laurasia Castle, and we'll be ready to fight the Magus. I'm going to save the game before I fight this guy because he is extremely strong. He has the Explode It spell, and his AI likes to select it about half of the time. It does 45 to 65 damage to all of my party members, and that's really bad. In order to defeat this thing, I need to hit him with Stop Spell as quickly as possible, which has a 60% chance of landing. Even after hitting him with Stop Spell, his AI will switch to targeting me with physical attacks every single turn for very high damage. I'm also going to hit him with this Surround spell to lower his accuracy, and from there I'll fight him. If the first couple of turns don't go my way and I can't land status effects, I will likely die and I'll have to reset. This may take a couple tries, but hopefully not too many. I have one World Leaf here to revive somebody in this fight if we get in trouble. We're going to defend up and try and hit him with Stop Spell, and well, I'm not dead yet. It's a good sign. Okay, good. It's the best case scenario after getting hit by Explode It. Ah, he hit me. That's rude. World Leaf. Dodge. Okay, so now he has a 50% chance of missing each time he tries to attack me. As long as he doesn't hit me twice in a row, the same person twice in a row, we'll be fine. In cases like this where he does a good bit of damage, I can actually defend and be safer, but taking this much damage, I can't be safe. Okay. Good. Magic has about a 60% chance, or about, it's about 50-50 of hitting him. So, still does good damage though. He's got 180 hit points. Alright, great, we beat him. Cost me my leaf, but that's not a big deal. We've got a Bolt Staff, and searching there is also an Agility Seed. Perfect. As I said earlier, unfortunately we can't farm him for multiple Bolt Stabs, but one Bolt Staff will have to do. Which I'm going to give to Cannock. Good. Repellent is protecting me from monsters there, so we get a nice bit of the overworld theme there. This shrine here has a Traveler's Gate that will take me to Osterfair Castle. Several things I want to do here in Osterfair. There's some treasure I want to pick up hidden in this treasury, buy in this shop. Versus a suit of Gaia armor and a knife. Knife is a slightly stronger weapon for Princess of Moonbrook. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that helpful, but every now and then it actually comes in handy to do 3 extra points of damage to something. The Gaia armor is an armor upgrade for Laurasia. Oops. And I'm going to be equipping the Bolt Staff on Cannock here, and I'm doing a little bit of an equip trick here. Oops. I'll put everything back on. I'm putting on just the Bolt Staff and nothing else. This is going to force the Bolt Staff to the top of Prince Cannock's inventory, and when I go to use items in battle, it'll be very easy for me to get the Bolt Staff. It's going to be the first item, so I can just mash and select it very quickly. Am I healed up? Pretty close. It was good enough. Alright, I'm going to talk to the king, and I'm going to accept his challenge. The Austerfair challenge. I've got to defeat this Saber Lion. Grar! I'm going to fight this thing by using Surround on him. He's going to hit me very hard, but once I hit him with Surround again, his accuracy will fall, and hopefully he won't be much of a problem. Nice dodge. Good. I leveled up. Alright. In exchange for winning his challenge, he gives me the Moon Seal. That's my second seal. I'm going to save the game here. And I'm going to scum these agility seeds on Princess of Moonbrook. I'm looking for a total of at least 4 or better. Okay, I got 4. I'll move on. There are 3 agility seeds whose total I would really, really like to have it be at least 6. So we'll be scumming the 3rd one and making sure I get at least a 2 on it. Okay, sell the leather armor and the sickle. We're done with those. And we'll stay at the inn. One last thing before we're ready to leave Austerfair. There is a strength seed hidden in the corner up here. Worth an additional 1, 2, or 3 points of strength for Prince Laurasia. What do we got? 3. Alright, great. Now I'll cast the return spell. There's a bit of a route diverge here, based on whether or not I've used my World Tree Leaf. I would like in this section to go to Tun Village. But heading towards Tun Village is very dangerous, and proceeding without a World Leaf is not a good idea. There are 5 crests in this game. There were 6 orbs in Dragon Warrior 3, so that's maybe what you're thinking of. But there are 5 elemental crests for Rubus here. So rather than heading to Tun Village right now, we're going to stop at the World Tree and get a new World Leaf. We used ours to defeat the Magus. Oh, it's this guy. This guy is very scary. He has a powerful Firebane spell, but he decided to not use it. Instead fell asleep and let me beat him. Okay. Not bad. That guy can cast Firebane, which does 25 to 45 damage to all of my party members. It's not a good time getting hit by Firebane. But he doesn't, as you can see, he doesn't always cast it. Okay. While we've stopped over here at the World Tree, it's pretty convenient here to stop at Welgarth. One of the reasons we got the Bolt Staff is that we can sell it for 19,500 gold, and we're going to use that to buy actually different weapons. In particular, Welgarth's weapon store sells a light sword, which this is the only place I can buy it. And in this version, Cannock is actually allowed to equip the light sword. It's far more powerful than the iron spear. And he's basically going to be equipped with this the whole game. How much gold do I have? 7. Let's get to Baron, and then we'll see how much gold I have. I don't need a lot more. I also want to purchase a new weapon for Prince Laurasia as well, either the hammer or the Dragon Killer sword. The Dragon Killer costs 8,000 gold instead of the hammer's 4,000 gold, but it is a little bit stronger. Either way, I'm going to sell the weapon that I buy later on down the road, so I'm going to recoup some of that 4,000 gold that I invest. So I really prefer the Dragon Killer sword. There's just a lot of advantages. Cases on the edges, especially, where having that little extra attack power can make a big difference. This is getting pretty risky because of the defense spell. Okay. Normally, oh, there's Sweet Breath. Normally, Prince Lorasia has very high defense power because of his good armor, but the defense spell, when monsters cast it, takes away a percentage of your armor. So it affects all of my characters, sure, but since he has very high armor, it proportionally affects him much more. That got a little bit scary, that Hawkman is much stronger after my defense power's been lowered. Okay. So next place I'm going to stop at is Baron. I'm going to save the game at Baron. Baron is kind of a convenient kind of hub location that's going to be convenient for me to reach several different places in the game. So we're going to save the game here. Basilisk is 100% sleep. I'll get the bigger group here. 3 of them will fall asleep. Good. Otherwise they are strong and can poison me. Oh, it didn't die. Good. Sleep's a little safer here. Oops. The light sword is actually, it's not the falcon sword. I think the falcon sword is something in here that's different. The light sword is just has strong attack power and can be used as an item in battle to cast surround. Let's see. What else do I want to do here in this town? Nothing, I guess. Save the game. Oh, let's get the agility seed. Let's not use it. Let's just hold on to it. Also, we can recover my MP. What's my HP like? Looks good. Okay. We're going to save the game here. And then I'm going to recover my MP by using Wizard Rings. You notice I walked right by an inn, but there's a problem with Baron's Inn. Okay, there we go. If I break one of those Wizard Rings, I can reset the game and get it back. When you stay at the inn in Baron, if all 3 of your party members are alive, you get a cutscene that triggers where Canock is affected by Hargon's curse, and in order to help him, I have to feed him my World Leaf. So in order to avoid having to stay at the inn and feed him my World Leaf, we just won't stay at the inn. At least not right now. There we go. Agility Seed hidden here. This is the 3rd one. I'm going to hold on to it for now. I said earlier I want to make sure I get at least 2 points out of it instead of just 1. Yeah, that cutscene is new. It's added in the Super Famicom version, which this game is based off of, and in this version. Oh, these dragonflies could be very scary. Oh, I didn't even beat that one. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm going to cast Infernus, even though it's not likely to do much. It will help me defeat them in 1 hit. Okay, that's the Fire Breath I was scared of. Gotta be a little careful here. Okay. Yeesh. Baron land monsters are pretty strong there. I only got hit by 1 Fire Breath, which is pretty lucky. A big group of dragonflies like that, I was very nervous. We just saved the game at Baron, so it would have been fine to reset to recover my gold, but... Yeah, that's right. We can Infernus. This will be the best clear. Okay, so now that I have World Tree Leaf and some stronger weapons, we've saved the game at Baron. We're going to head over towards Tun Village now. This is the part of the speedrun where I would say this is the first, like, extreme ramp up in difficulty. The monsters that I'm about to encounter in this region are, simply put, stronger than my characters. The levels that I'm at are really too low to be adventuring around here safely. That being said, if I'm careful and just a little lucky, we should be able to make it through without too much trouble. So sub-battle here is probably going to be very strong. Okay, this Warlock guy is extremely deadly because of the Firebane spell. So I'm going to attempt to deal with him. Okay, good. He's asleep. My strong weapons should have no problems taking care of him. From here we can defeat Puppet Man. The surround will help me take a little less damage. Okay. Ah, he drained my MP. I don't have a lot. His MP got taken? Okay. I do have some herbs. We're gonna recover a little bit using those. Okay, so now that I've reached this part of the overworld, I'm actually in a different encounter zone that has weak enemies like baboons and armorpedes and things like that. So these encounters are pretty safe. Brutal hit? What? Who just did that? Was that the Megapede? Does he have a brutal hit? I didn't even know that. What the heck? Who just did that? Who tried to kill me? The Hibabongo I knew about, but what the heck was that? Sorry, that was rather surprising. Okay, so the encounter line between the easier and harder enemies is right here, so I'm going to force a fight with easy enemies to reset that encounter threat number to hopefully something nice and high. Yeah, it must have been the Megapede. I've never seen the plant do anything like that. I don't normally get hit by the Megapede. Oh, extra medical herb. Nice. Alright, back to hard enemies. In particular, I'm on the lookout for the hunters, or... yeah. The hunters are very strong and deal a lot of damage, but they're also very fast, but they're very vulnerable to sleep spell. Darn it. Defense was a problem there. I'm gonna have to run away. Now I'm in a little bit of danger. Okay. I've got to face a pretty tough choice here of whether or not to use my World Leaf. It will be safer to use it, but it will cost me time. If I die, it'll be a big time loss. Let's just risk it. Okay, no problem. We made it. That's a tough call. I'm going to spend a lot of time if I use the leaf. Oh, I forgot to buy the sword in Baran. We'll have to do that. Oh, yeah. I was wondering why I had 8,000 gold. Oops. Mistakes were made. That's fine. They don't happen to sell dragon swords here, do they? Oh, they do. How convenient. I don't want the falcon sword. I want the dragon sword. Alright. Now that that's fixed, glad we fixed that. Walking towards Ton with 8,000 gold is probably not a good idea. It's fine. Okay, so here is Uncle Waterflying Clothes, as we like to call him. Oops. We give him the loom and the yarn, and he says to come back later. The trigger to getting him to be finished is actually to reset the game. So we're going to do that in just a second. First, we're going to stay at the inn and recover all my HP and MP. And I have enough gold for one amulet, so why don't we go ahead and buy an amulet. I'll give it to 2020. So I said earlier that amulets reduce the effectiveness of the stop spell and sleep spells when used on my party members. The effectiveness chance drops to about 5%. It's very unlikely that somebody who's holding an amulet gets hit by either of those effects. It's simply holding it in their inventory is fine. It doesn't even need to be equipped. Alright, we've used the dam key, and we're going to use return. We saved the game at Baran, so we're going to fly back to Baran. Fix the weapon situation, so I think we're all set for resetting the game. We'll save the game one more time here in Baran. And we'll reset. Okay. Once I'm loaded back in, I'm going to use that agility seed and make sure I get at least a 2 on Moonbrook. Okay, good. So I got 6 total from the agility seeds. Great. Now that Uncle Waterflying clothes should be done with, well, the Waterflying clothes, it's time to go get them. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So by using the dam key in Tun Village, I've actually changed some of the desert tiles in the overworld to water tiles. And this is going to let me sail upriver and get back to Tun Village. Not only is this a shortcut to get back to Tun Village faster, it's also necessary to get my boat up there in order to cross the river and get to the Full Moon Tower, which is our next dungeon destination. So we'll fight some more ocean battles along the way. Oh, that was a surprise. So I'm using message speed 8, which I mentioned at the beginning of the run means that text is advancing when I'm mashing, and I can use any input to help advance battle text, even D-pad inputs. So I'm generally mashing a good bit as part of this run. The message in the beginning of battle that says the enemies were unaware of me often gets mashed through so fast that I don't even see it. Like, I've played back replays of my VODs and stuff, and that message literally does not show on screen for any frames. So occasionally I start fighting things and don't realize that they didn't see me, which is kind of unfortunate because there are certain fights where it would be really helpful if I knew that they didn't see me, but that's alright. I'm operating under the general rule that I have to fight everything in this run anyway, because if I don't, it'll kill me. But occasionally there are some tougher battles that maybe I shouldn't fight, or would fight differently if I knew I had a free turn. Oh well. Okay, I want to make sure that she's at full health here, Princess Moonbrook especially, even though it looks like she's only missing a few hit points. Every hit point matters here in this part of the world. The hunters are really strong, so just having a few extra hit points means that her chances of surviving 2 hits has gone up dramatically. Or the warlocks who cast Firebane that does 25 to 45 damage. Being at 45 hit points means it's very unlikely that Firebane kills me. But if I'm only at 40, my chance of getting killed by that is increased by about 20%, so I'd rather not get squashed by Firebane. Okay, good. Pretty peaceful trip back here to Tun once more. We reset the game, so my robe should be done. We're going to give this to Moonbrook. Not only is this the highest defense power armor for either Cannock or Moonbrook, it also comes in with a baked-in special effect that reduces the damage taken from magic spells and breath attacks by half. It's incredibly powerful and is absolutely necessary to help us progress through the game. So we will give her old evade cloak to Prince Cannock, and he will equip it. And then she's going to equip... Oh, I gotta give it to her. I gotta give it to her. Okay, there we go. Now it's equipped. And I have enough for an amulet. Oh, I have enough for 2. Excellent at math here. Alright. He has leather armor as well that I can sell to get rid of it. Alright, good. Great. Now I have an amulet for everybody. That's perfect. That's what I want. It's the Warlock. Good job, Princess. She went first and put him to sleep. That'll make it easy to defeat him. Instead of getting firebaned. Oh, two-step fight. The Bongo has 85% chance to be put to sleep, but cast the defense spell. By themselves, they're not so bad. Combined with other enemies like hunters or gold orcs, that can be really problematic. We're going to be getting some other armor throughout the game that's going to have a similar effect to the water-flying clothes, albeit less effective. The magic armor will reduce damage from magic attacks by 25%. Magic attacks only. It does not help for the breath attacks, like the dragon fire breath. And Loto's armor that we'll be getting in the Road to Rhone has also a 25% reduction from all breath and magic attacks. I didn't mention earlier, but the Evade Cloak, by its name, actually has grants the wearer a higher dodge chance. I believe it adds about 15% chance to dodge attacks. It's very helpful. Nice 3. Good. The early ones rolled poorly, but these ones are rolling 3s, so I think we got back to the average after all. Yeah, in fact, we're now considering that. This is about median, yeah. Alright, several treasure chests here in the Full Moon Tower. This one just has gold in it. But we'll be grabbing... monsters didn't see me. That's good to know. I actually saw it that time. Amazing. Infernus is really strong here, because now I can defeat 2 of them in a single turn. Safely. Attacking with Cannock against these things would be very risky. I would not do that normally. Those things have a pretty high attack power, but they also can hit twice per turn. Monsters that have double attacks in this game, when they do select a double attack, they always select the same target twice. So, double damage. Not good. There are 2 defense seeds in the game. They are both hidden in this tower, and we'll be getting both of them and giving them to Moonbrook immediately. So that's going to improve her guard by 8 points, which is, combining with the water robe that we've got equipped on her, actually makes her defense power pretty good. Sleep is fairly effective on these things, and we went early enough to neutralize a good bit of them. That's good. Following up with Infernus here, we'll actually kill 2 of them this turn. The one that's wounded will die to Infernus. And now that they're wounded, Lorasia will surely kill one. And then I can defeat the last one safely as well. Good. That's generally how we handle that fight. Okay, moving up to the 4th floor and beyond, the enemies are even more deadly here in the Full Moon Tower. More gold and the other defense seed. Let's use that on Moonbrook again. Good. Although there's also a small chance of seeing our friend, the liquid metal slime, kill him! Oh, he's gone. Got a little excited there. Scared him off. Just as I was talking about the liquid metal slime. Unlike our metal slime friends earlier who were worth 1,000 experience, liquid metal slime is worth 10,000 experience points. It chops about 10 minutes off of the average run time of this speed run. But encountering and defeating a metal babble is basically just luck, so... Oh, nice crit. We're still quite ahead on experience points compared to where I normally would be, courtesy of the early metal slimes. Okay, there we go. That treasure chest has the moon shard. That's the quest item I really needed to come here for. This moon shard is basically a key to a dungeon I'm going to go to a little bit later, called the Undersea Cave. But we're not done yet. At the top of the full moon tower is the third of 4 wizard rings I can get. But there are some strong enemies here. Actually, this isn't so bad. Sorry, I'm thinking carefully about which enemy is more deadly here. It's not the gargoyle. Wow, it's still not dead. Okay. I have lots of MP, so let's just heal in battle. Situations like that where I can defeat the enemy and heal up in battle will save me time, since I won't have to open the menu and start healing in the menu after combat. I can just keep moving on. Later on, that's actually going to be an efficiency concern later, which we'll talk about. Okay, good. Oops. Let's cast return here, buddy. Whee! Alright, all done on the full moon tower. On to our next destination. You're poisoned? Thanks, guy. Ooh, wizard staff drop. Ooh, that's rare from the face tree, but that's actually gonna... I was just about to buy one of these, so guess what? Now I don't have to buy one. Sweet. Oh, your inventory is full. This is 2,500 gold I don't have to spend. Oh, let's just throw the knife away. And then move the water robe to the top. Okay, good. Alright. Excellent. So I was just about to buy a wizard staff in the next town. I was going to buy this for the princess. The wizard staff can be used as an item in battle to cast the fireball spell for free. I'm going to be using it a little bit to help me fight monsters here and there. It can be very efficient for helping deal that last little bit of damage to finish enemies off. And even up until the end of the game, it's really helpful to kind of finish off a wounded dragon or a few other things. So getting the wizard staff drop will save me a little bit of time and a lot of gold. I still don't have guaranteed run here at this part. Okay. Still want to come into town here and stay at the inn. But I guess I have no further business here in Leonport, so I guess it's back on the boat. After a little bit of repairs. Repair the sails, maybe? Ready to take the boat back out. Next dungeon on the agenda for our route is the lighthouse. The Great Lighthouse is actually going to be about 2 notches down in terms of degree of difficulty compared to the last couple of dungeons we've had to face. So the enemies in this dungeon are actually easier than the Full Moon Tower we were just at. That being said, there are a couple of enemies and a couple of particular formations of enemies that can be a little bit problematic, but for the most part the lighthouse is just about defeating enemies quickly and making sure that you have enough MP at the end of the dungeon to still fight stuff. For me anyway, for the runner, I always feel like this is a little bit more relaxing of a dungeon. The stress level for the most part in this run can get pretty high, and this part isn't exactly one. Wow, nice walk. Keep going. Because there's a counter counting down, eventually I'm going to get a fight after walking around. There's technically a point where I'm going to get a fight eventually, no matter how far I go, without getting a fight. But that was a very long walk, which is nice. This first floor of the lighthouse is rather long. I've got to go all the way around the long way, as it were. Okay, surround mist, that's good. The Gorgons can be a little bit problematic because they have the surround spell, which can lower my accuracy, just making it slower to fight and defeat enemies. Okay. Sub 4 pace. Yeah, I hope so. The estimate I provided, as you can see, I think it's on screen, should say 4 hours and 10 minutes. That's provided a fair bit of difficult RNG. A typical average runtime run for me is about 4 hours. My very best run, my PB, is just under 3 hours and 40 minutes. 3:39 and a lot of change. And the practice run I played last night was one of the worst timed runs that I've ever finished. I clocked in about, 4:23 or something like that. I've had worse runs that I've abandoned, don't get me wrong, but it was really bad. I was getting put to sleep and killed by practically every single enemy that could possibly put me to sleep. Not to say that there's not still time for that to happen. Plenty of enemies with Sweet Breath, up to and including Hargon himself. Like, are you kidding? Okay, groups of dragonflies are technically the most dangerous thing I can encounter up here in the Full Moon Tower. 4 dragonfly in particular is pretty strong, as they have a strong fire... Well, it's not the strong fire breath attack. It's a fire breath attack that does about 20 damage to everybody in my party. Moonbrook takes far less because of the water flying clothes, but she can't really fight them. I like Infernos, actually, when it's just undead, because this gets me 2 kills. Sleep is also fairly effective on these undead enemies. Most of these skeletons, it wouldn't seem like it, but a lot of them are actually quite vulnerable to sleep. The disciples in Hargon, or in Roan, are the kind of the exception. They're pretty much immune to everything and frighteningly strong, but are a very rare monster. Okay. As long as I get good turn order and decent damage rolls, 39. Their max HP is 40. So as long as I get good damage rolls, I should be able to defeat them without having any troubles there. I didn't really mention that, but when I encounter enemies, each enemy in the table has a max HP value. When the enemy appears in battle, when it spawns with somewhere between 80 and 100% of its max HP. So for an example, if a monster's max HP is 100, it will, when I encounter one, it will have somewhere between 80 and 100 hit points. Okay, here's the 4th life acorn I'm going to give to Princess Moonbrook. Okay, good. So I hit that thing for 39 damage, meaning if that thing had 40 hit points, its absolute max, it would not have died and probably would have spewed fire in my face instead. It's not very nice. But those damage ranges and HP numbers and different effects and things, runners have paid very close attention to that and figured out a lot of techniques to help improve our odds of winning, especially in some of the more dangerous encounters that we're likely to face later. Okay, so we got the life acorn and some gold here in this tower. I guess I should mention what we're doing here again. Actually, let's beat these guys. In the lighthouse is the star seal. And before we forget, yeah, we are still collecting those 5 elemental seals to make Rubus's charm. We've got the sun seal from the fire shrine, and we've got the moon seal from the King of Osterfair. And now we're going to get the star seal here in the lighthouse, and when we're done with the lighthouse, we're going to stop by Hamlin and get the water seal as well. Never forget. But we're still here in the lighthouse. We got a ways to go, so I think it's 2 more floors to the top, and then we'll meet the suspicious old man. we'll follow him down to the Star Crest. Okay. Follow this path. Many of the dungeons in this game are rather labyrinthine, and it doesn't help that the monsters are often very strong too. It can make exploring rather troublesome sometimes. Good news for us speedrunners, we know exactly where we're going ahead of time and don't have to spend a second longer than we have to in some of these scary dungeons. The Road to Rhone in particular, the second to last dungeon in this game, is notoriously cruel. But we'll have plenty of time to talk about that place when we get there. We'll spend plenty of time there, I'm sure. Okay, good. That'll finish the Gorgon. Someone will beat that thing for me. Okay, this should be the top floor. We're going to spot a monster here. It's a gremlin. He's going to run off. Instead, I'm going... Oh, hang on, monsters. Here's the gremlin. Oh, that was a free turn I didn't know about. Down to 10 MP on the princess by casting Infernos here. That's okay. I want to save at least 6. 4 for Infernos and the gremlin fight at the end, and 2 for Repel. So I can cast Infernos one more time safely. There's an old man. You seen the gremlin? No, but he says he's going to take me to where the seal is. It's totally not suspicious at all. Good. Good. Okay. Almost finished here. A couple more floors following the old man. I use sleep here. It's gonna keep me from using Infernos next turn, but I'll just use Wizard Rod. Especially as all of them fall asleep, that'll be easy for me to beat them. Just that little extra damage from the Wizard Rod, as you can see, is enough to finish them off here. But the prince's, one of the princes attacking by himself is usually not enough to defeat it. But just a little bit of extra damage from the Wizard Rod is enough. And take those guys out efficiently. Alright. This should be the second to last floor. Almost there. Yeah, glad to see a lot of love for Dragon Quest XI. I had a lot of fun with Dragon Quest XI. Alright, here we are. Just wait. Nice dodge. The Saber Lions actually hit pretty hard and can have a critical hit attack that they can do. It's pretty rare, but Cannock in particular is in a little bit of danger from some of these enemies. His defense power is considerably lower than my other two characters. Ah. This isn't even the trap tile. Isn't even the trap tile. This fight usually isn't a problem, but I have MP. Let's just make it safe. The treasure chest was empty, and it was a trap instead. The old man was 4 gremlins in disguise. They always come in a set of 2-1-1 in this version, so I'm going to use Infernos on the first group, and I should be able to defeat 2 of them right away. From here, I'm going to use the Wizard Rod. Hopefully it'll wound one. Make it easy to beat him. Heal does basically nothing. Monster heals about less than 20 damage. It's in the teens. Not very much. Okay, good. The Star Seal is mine. And we're done here in the lighthouse. Sweet. Alright, that's 3 seals. Let's make it 4 really quickly. Gonna cast Repel here. This is near Hamelin. These monsters are pretty low level, so now Repel is working quite nicely to keep them away from me. If I do encounter monsters, I would have a 100% chance of running away, but it'll just be slow. Okay, I've got several things I want to do here in Hamelin before I leave to the next place. Let me make sure I stock up on supplies. Let's do the vault first, though. Yes, vault first. Store some items and gold. I have 8,000 gold, that's good. Save items. I'm done with some of these quest items. So the Wind Mantle, Lotos Seal, the Dam Key, and the Silver Key, I'm done with those. So, oops, not the Leather Shield. I need that still. Possible menu. You only have, it's a Game Boy game. I only have 2 input buttons, A and B. So, many of the text boxes only advance when I press A, but that's a confirm button, so... Oops. I have a wing, right? Yeah, I still have one. Oh, but I need more. I'm gonna get 2 more. A slot token. Alright, so the next dungeon I'm gonna go to is the Undersea Cave. This is one of the toughest dungeons in the game. And the chances of me running out of MP before I get to the end of the dungeon are actually really high. I don't want to use the Wizard Ring if I don't have to, so I'm going to stock up here on lots of medical herbs to try and help stretch my resources as far as possible. Let me double check. Yeah, should be fine. I have 2 MP, should be okay. Maybe. So I'm going to come down here and fight these 2 Oswargs. They're guarding the Water Seal. They have a 100% chance of going to sleep, but they do have a pretty strong Firebane attack. Good. That was easy. Easy, easy. Search in the corner there and get the Water Seal. Never forget. Alright, now we're done here, and I'm going to stay at the inn. I could have stayed at the inn before, but I really want every single point of MP that I can have before we move on. I'm going to double check a few things on my inventory really quickly, because... yeah, okay. I'm satisfied. Let's go. We're ready to go to the Undersea Cave. So I mentioned, this is a pretty tough dungeon. In particular, once we get to the 3rd floor and beyond, we're going to probably be seeing lots of encounters with Saber Lions, which we fought one earlier. They're going to come in groups. They hit very hard and are very fast. And can quickly drain my resources to fight them safely. Nevertheless, we must brave this dungeon and get the evil statue. The evil statue is a key to the next dungeon, the penultimate dungeon, the Road to Rhone, and to a lesser extent, technically does have to be used in Hargon's Castle to get to the 2nd floor, but you can't get to Hargon's Castle if you can't get through Rhone, so... Oh, the water flying clothes, yes, actually does reduce damage from lava tiles. There are several pieces of armor that actually help protect against some of these damaging tiles. Water flying clothes will protect against the lava ones. The Gaia armor should protect you from the poison ones, the swamp tiles, and Loto's armor should protect you from all damaging tiles. You basically have step guard on all the time. Okay. Just a few more screen lengths from now, we should encounter the undersea cave. There it is. I'll use the moon shard we got earlier from the full moon tower to gain access. Alright, so there are basically 3 things I want to gather in here. The first is going to be the 4th wizard ring. Oh, I forgot to force a fight before coming in here. Bother. Hey, watch the sweet breath. So I mentioned the amulets help protect me from the sleep spell. I specifically mentioned the spell because it does not protect me from the sweet breath effect at all. Sweet breath is a problem. But as long as the monsters in this first floor don't include evil clowns, I'm pretty safe. Well, I'm pretty comfortable just trying to run from them instead. It doesn't mean I'm safe. These blood hands here are gonna do a lot of damage to Cannock, but very little damage to anybody else. I have a world leaf if something goes really horribly wrong, but I don't want to use it this early. I can help it. Alright, on to the 2nd floor. We're likely to see lots of blood hands and gold orcs. If we're really lucky, we'll see Metal Babel. Ow. Stop. That's not enough HP. Okay, now we're going to go on to the 3rd floor. I'm going to move some weapons around here. I'm going to give Cannock's light sword to Prince Retro here, Laurasia, and improve his attack power. The enemies are so strong here that doing anything other than defending with Cannock is extremely risky. Oh my gosh, right off the bat, it's the literal worst battle in this entire dungeon. These 2 gold orcs are actually in 2 separate formations. I can't target them with sleep at the same time. That's great. I just used the herb and defend. Oh, he woke up. I didn't know that. Go back to sleep. So with the light sword equipped on Laurasia, this is going to give him enough attack power that I can guarantee that I'm going to defeat enemies in 2 hits. Nice crit. The saber lines in particular, not necessarily the gold orcs. They can have upwards of 100 HP, but the saber lions have max out at 80 hit points, and with the light sword equipped, his guaranteed damage rolls are at least 40. Okay. So we're going to use surround on groups of 2 or more saber lions. This is going to cut their accuracy down and hopefully mitigate the amount of damage I take while I defeat them. The gold orc can use heal, but it doesn't heal much. I'm going to put him to sleep while I deal with the lava kitties here. Yeah, they hit pretty hard. Even though he used heal, I'm still likely to defeat it. Good. That's the other advantage of using the light sword. Technically, I'm probably strong enough to defeat the tigers with, or yeah, the saber lions with. They're called Killer Tiger in the Japanese version. Oh, I'm already level 14. I can heal more. Cool. Having the light sword equipped is going to help me if they get healed. Things like that. It's going to be easier to beat the gold orcs. I just very much prefer moving the light sword all the time. There are some circumstances, especially if your strength seeds roll high enough, that you technically don't have to move it. The dragon sword is good enough, but nah, I just like moving light sword all the time. I think it's better. Princess is safe from these damage tiles, but the boys are not. So let's get everybody healed up before we move on. Okay. Making some progress. We recovered the wizard ring. Let's keep going. Oh, that's the wrong target. Shoot. Still worth using it. I'm gonna take some extra damage though as a result. Blah. So even though that thing got healed, I'm probably still gonna beat it. Good. Oh, that's right, I hit him with surround. Like, nice dodge. Oh, good crit. Good. Kaishin no Ichigeki. Use strength seed. Good. Nice 3. Can the encounters be manipulated? As far as I know, no. I haven't personally looked into any manipulation, but it's all frame-based, which is all advancing at, you know, the usual, probably 60 frames per second. So, aside from doing frame-perfect inputs everywhere, I don't know that there is a whole lot that can be done. But, that's kind of the flavor of this run, is that you really don't do any manipulation. You sort of just have to work with what you got. And it can make for a really challenging run, but frustrating sometimes when things aren't going your way, even though you feel like you're playing well. But satisfying when you feel like you play well and get a good time. Right, MP's getting low, but okay for now. Hang in there. Technically, Moonbrook, nice crit, only needs 2. And Thon needs 6. No, 9. Right? There's a suit of magic armor that we're going to get for free. As I mentioned earlier, this is going to help protect me from magic damage a little bit. Whoever has it equipped will take 25% less damage from magic spells. And that's going to be important, actually, immediately. It's not equipped yet, but in the very next thing I'm about to do is fight something that's going to cast Firebane on me. Okay, how many medical herbs do I have left? None? 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 I have heal more. Okay, healing's gonna get really tight. MP's gonna be very scarce. I think it almost might be time to use the ring. I don't want to, but trying to map out if it's necessary or not, and I'm thinking it might be. I want to be able to do this safely. I need to recover just a little more health. I better use it. Don't break. Good. Each time I use that, it has a small chance, 10% chance of breaking. I recover about 20 to 30 MP when I use it, which is great. I can use that to just heal everybody up real quick, which is all I really needed. Okay. There's a mini-boss here. I'm going to move the light sword back to Thon, water to Thon, and the magic armor to Retro? Dragon, water. Hold on. Wait. What did I just do? Water to Thon. Hold on. Dragon. Where did my magic armor go? Careful. Okay, dragon, magic, loto, and light, water, leather, nothing, and... Jeez, was that so hard? Okay. So we're gonna have to fight 2 evil clowns here. Oh, I got ambushed. That's not very fun. That's actually potentially very bad. Get him, Cannock! You can do it! Well, we're not done yet. Crap. Get out of there. Don't crit me. Ah, Okay, we got the statue. Well, that was close. Okay. Getting ambushed by the mini-boss situation there was not good. Alright, let me just take a minute to collect myself and get everything put back where it needs to go. Okay. That was really close. Okay. We've made it. We got the evil statue and got out of there. Wow. Alright. I guess I just want to store gold. 3,000 gold and store item. We're done with the moon shard now. Let's get an extra wing of the wyvern here. Warp wing. I have an extra amulet. Okay, good. Just want to double check everything. Alright, now we're ready for the Road to Rome. This is the second to last dungeon in the game. This is going to be a pretty long section. There's a lot of things I have to do. I'm staying at the inn here in Baron. As I mentioned earlier, there's a cutscene that triggers, but it does not trigger if you have anybody in your party who's dead. That's to prevent Canock from getting sick while your other two party members are dead, exactly like this. So, we can actually avoid that cutscene by making sure somebody is dead, and if I didn't have someone dead, I'd actually kill someone off in the barrier tiles and stay at the inn. It's the fastest way to recover. Won't be a problem here, we'll just revive. When you revive here, I get my MP back, so we're ready to go. Cool. Alright. Yeah, the cutscene will only happen once. After you view it once and complete it, it won't happen again. You can use the inn as many times as you want after that. But even just consuming one leaf and having to go back and get another one is... Nice crit. Actually less efficient than just killing somebody off in the barrier tiles, staying at the inn, and then reviving them. Or like earlier when I saved the game, it's convenient for me to use the wizard rings to recover my MP. Oh, spear drop. Cool. One of the things I'm interested in doing in this section is collecting enough money to afford a heal shield, so item drops, even though spear's only about 1,000 gold, in fact I think it's more like 700 something, still profit, still money. Okay, the evil statue opens the door, the Road to Rome. This is one of the most, like, vile and cruel dungeons in RPG history. Right off the bat. Oh man, this is rough. This place is filled with infinitely repeating hallways, trapdoor tiles, labyrinthine passages that have to be navigated in a specific order. And, oh yeah, on top of that, it's filled with, like, some of the game's most deadly enemies. So getting through this place, even though I know exactly what's going on, I know exactly what all the enemies are in here, and I know exactly where to go, it's still very hard. Granted, I'm very underleveled, but we'll be making several, efforts here in this cave. It's unlikely that I'm going to complete everything I want in a single trip. The first main focus of this section is going to be to collect all the cool treasure that is hidden in this here cave. The first thing I picked up there is the life seal. That's the 5th seal I need for Rubus's charm, which we'll be getting soon, once I'm done level grinding in this section. Oh, metal slime. Now they're gone. That's fine. Free encounter is a free encounter. Oh, I forgot to fix my equipment, didn't I? Yeah, I sure did. Woo! Dragon, Gaia, Lota, and Light. I actually want to evade right now. Oops. Alright, we fixed our gear again. You'll be seeing me switch Cannock back and forth between the magic armor and the evade cloak on different floors. They have the exact same defense power value, but one gives the damage reduction from magic, the other gives a better evasion chance. On floors like this, where the enemies are just going to attack me, I want the dodge chance. On floors where there are enemies that are casting Firebane on me, I want the magic armor. Nice crit. I got hit by stop spell twice? What? How? So the odds of being hit by stop spell when I'm holding an amulet is 3 out of 64. You do the math on that, it's less than 5%. Getting hit twice there is pretty insane. Okay, whatever, it's fine. I wanted to force a fight there before moving on to these upper floors. The enemies up here are very strong, and without a stronger weapon, I really can't fight them. But this magic hat is really good, so... Good, we got the magic hat. Gonna give this to the princess and equip it immediately. It's the only hat in the game that either Cannock or Princess Moonbrook can equip. It only gives 8 defense power, which isn't much, but it reduces the MP cost of the spells that the character casts in battle by the amount is 3/4 rounded down. So the Princess Moonbrook, she's equipped with the magic hat right now. Her MP costs when I cast spells with her in battle only is now reduced. To the point Sleep, which used to cost 2 MP, now only costs 1. Heal More, which used to cost 5, now only costs 3, the same as regular heal. Infernos, which costs 4, now only costs 3. And those are the most important ones. The other spells see lesser use throughout the run. Oh, surprise. That's bad. That should be okay. Good. This is going to become a major thing for me later. As we progress later on in the game, not that to say that this part isn't necessarily a big concern, but as we continue to progress through the game, MP efficiency is a huge concern. And when healing characters is more efficient in battle because of this magic hat, I'm kind of incentivized to try and heal people in the middle of battle. But I also have to balance trying to not take damage. We'll see some of that later on. Okay, treasure chest right there has some gold. Mentioned earlier I need to collect enough gold in this section to purchase something called the Heal Shield, the Shield of Strength. It costs 21,500 gold, but it's very, very good. Metal Babble! Get him! Oh, he went away. Come back, friend. I miss you. Not just with my attacks, either. I want to see you again. These orcs have sweet breath, but they can be defeated in one turn and are very slow, so... And we'll look to defeat them quickly, neutralize other enemies, and then clean up. Okay. Moving on here. There's a bunch of pitfall traps that you can't see on this floor. I'm going to step on one on purpose, and then take another pitfall trap down here that leads to a secret passage that has this item here, the Thunder Sword. This is a very powerful weapon, the most powerful weapon I'm going to equip on Prince Slorasia. I'm going to be doing the equipment swap trick, same as we did with the Thunder Sword, or the Thunder Staff, the Bolt Staff, excuse me, earlier, to move it to the top of my inventory. It's a powerful weapon to attack, and has very high attack power, but it can also be used as an item in battle to deal damage to enemies. I think it's similar to the Infernos effect. It's the same effect as the Bolt Staff. For Oswargs, okay. Sleep is 100% effective on Oswargs, and my agility rate is about 80% on them with Moonbrook at this point, so... This is a nice fight to see right now. Experience is actually very good from these things. They give a lot for how easy they are to beat. Good, level 15. One of the target goals in this section is also to earn more experience points. My target is Prince Cannock to reach level 18 and learn the Firebane spell. So 3 levels to go. Yeah, we got the water crest. I hope we got the water crest. Never forget. Shoutouts to my good friend Star of Violence, another Dragon Quest speedrunning community member who used to play Super Famicom version a lot. He was playing in a marathon and forgot to get it, the water seal. He defeated the monsters and then forgot to search the tile, so he had to come back. So let's never forget the water seal. I've never forgotten the water seal. I have forgotten the sun seal before, though. Not this run. I distinctly remember picking it up, so... should be good. We should have all 5 of them now. I'm gonna wait to get Rubus's Charm a little bit later. If I... oh, Iron Helmet drop. Nice. That's why I defeated the Gargoyle there last, to try and get his item drop. That Iron Helmet's worth about 2,000 gold coins. I'll help make a dent in my heal shield fund. Which means a trip to the Death Shield is probably not necessary. Okay, good. There's a cursed shield, the Evil Shield it's called in this version. It's hidden in this cave. It sells for a lot of money and is a good option if you've gotten to this section and you're somewhat broke. I shouldn't have a problem with that, especially with the not having to purchase the Wizard Staff because of the drop and getting this Iron Helmet now. I've got probably a lot of money. Probably not enough to afford it outright yet, but close. Good. The Orc Kings have heal more, and they would like to use it to heal themselves. Unlike Monster Heal, Heal More is very Monster Heal More is very powerful. Will generally slow me down a lot. Okay, level 12. Not bad. I think that's actually a good idea. Okay. Okay. We're gonna come up this way and get one more treasure chest. This is Loto's armor hidden here. Oops. Guy's armor sells for very little. I can just toss it on the ground. Loto's armor. We're going to equip it. This is the best armor in the game for Laurasia. Now, he has all of the best equipment. In fact, the only piece of equipment I'm missing is that heal shield. Okay. I'm going to spend a little bit of time up here on this 5th floor of the cave fighting some monsters. The experience from the monsters that I can get for defeating enemies, these monsters on these floors, is generally a lot. That being said, they're very strong and pretty deadly. This is not such a bad fight. It's crit. So we'll beat it and get about 800 or so. Yeah, nice. 809. I'm running low on MP, so I'm trying to take 1 or 2 more fights and just get some extra experience. If one of these strong encounters happens to murder me, then oh well. I'm ready to go back anyway. I'll take another fight or 2 and then use Cannock's MP to get us out of here. Or we'll die trying, like I said, one or the other. 2 dragons, okay. Ooh, strong breath there. Ouch. It looks like we're attacking the one that's awake. That is good. Means we'll win. Sleep is 60% effective on the dragons. And they're worth a lot of experience. 480 apiece. It's one of the best monsters to fight. Alright, good. I'm going to basically spend all my MP healing up, so I guess we'll just go. Good. That was a very successful first trip. We collected all the items I wanted, and got some decent XP. This is where I'm going to intentionally kill Moonbrook here. Oops. Or Cannock, or somebody. Moonbrook's the cheapest one to revive. She usually has less health, but I was injured. I forgot. That's fine. As long as someone is dead, it doesn't matter who. I can sell this spear. Who's got my iron helmet? Yeah, I don't have enough yet. I'm really close. but I don't have enough yet. Basically, any successful dive through Rondaru or any item drop and wipeout combination, either of those will get me enough gold to afford this thing. Okay, now that I've got all the equipment and I'm resting up, it's time to actually try and go through the cave. Once we go all the way through the cave, on the other side, after a short overworld section, is a special shrine that I can save the game at. It's essentially the last save point in the game. There's also a guy in there that lets me, basically he revives my party and heals my guys and restores MP for free, just by talking to him. But getting to that shrine and saving there is a pretty daunting task. It's a tall mountain I have to climb, and the enemies I have to face on the 6th floor of the cave are the toughest yet. And while my levels are decent, probably a little bit better than they would be on average, I haven't killed a metal babble, which means my levels are still very low for this section. In particular, Princess Moonbrook is only level 12. At level 13, she gets a very big boost of agility, again at level 14. But in particular, at level 13, her initiative rate against the dragons and some of the other enemies, like the Mage Vampirus, improves to the point where fighting encounters is a lot safer. Getting the Princess up in XP is paramount to making this a little bit safer. That being said, each time I attempt to climb through this cave and fail, I should probably defeat at least some enemies along the way, and each time I defeat enemies, I'm earning experience. The ultimate goal here at the end of the game is to earn enough XP to be strong enough to win the game, so earning experience points is all ultimately progress towards my goal. It's just getting to the end of the game means I can earn experience more efficiently than otherwise. Okay, I have Evade on right now, which is, I guess, not what I wanted on now, but it's what I want right now. So let's leave it on for the rest of the cave. Okay, here on the 3rd floor, we're going to see mostly, we saw earlier, Orc King, Hork, Gargoyle, as like 40% of the battles are on this floor. Is that exact formation? Or you can swap out the Gargoyle with a Berserker, just as likely. Oh. Berserkers, like their hunter cousins we saw earlier in the the Tun region, excuse me, are guaranteed to fall asleep if I cast Sleep on them. Moonbrook's initiative is pretty high at this point, so just keep casting Sleep on them. They won't be able to do anything. And then I can beat them and take their experience points. Maybe an item drop. The Berserkers can drop hammers. Sure, 3,000 gold to sell. It's very good. No such luck this time, but maybe later. Alright. I'm going to carefully walk around these pitfall tiles. You can't see them, but I know where they are. Sort of. Oh, 1 dragon. This is an easy fight. Sleep didn't work, but as long as I don't miss, the princes will do enough damage to defeat him for sure. Good. Good fight. Okay, most of the encounters here are not that easy. On this floor, this is the last floor of the cave. In this floor, there are a bunch of passages like this where I can go left or right. The trick with this floor is that there's a specific path I have to take. If I go the wrong way, it backtracks me and sends me back to the start of the floor. So basically, I need to take this left passage up here. If I take the right path, it's going to actually send me back to the start of the floor, where the staircase leading back down is, which is not where I want to go. So this can be very frustrating for people who don't understand what's going on in this floor, coupled with like the fact I said earlier, these enemies are just downright brutal, and if you don't know where you're going, it's not conducive to making it through safely or feeling like you've made any kind of progress. So I'm going to keep following a very specific path, this passage, and then go up. Nice walk so far. Making good progress. Okay. This killer machine guy here, the Roboster. I'll probably call him Killer Machine a lot. This is a very powerful enemy, and we're going to see him a lot. By himself, he does an enormous amount of damage, but combined with other enemies in particular... Okay, I just wanted to make sure I missed a sleep message. They can be very ferocious. They can double hit, and as I mentioned earlier, when they double hit, they always attack the same target twice. They also have a critical attack that does upwards of 100 damage that ignores the target's defense power. Basically, if one of my team members is not defending and they get hit by the critical attack, which is about 1% chance, they will die instantly. And there's nothing I can do about it. Laurasia usually defeats them in 2 hits, but it's not a guarantee. They have up to 90 hit points. And I do about 40 to 45 damage per swing. Nice walk. Good progress. In particular, a situation like this, the Roboster combined with the Mage Vampirus is very deadly because they have the defense spell. Once my defense power is lowered, the Robo is even more deadly. Oh, I used the wrong thing. Okay, good. Hang in there. With Canuck asleep, I mismenued that. I tried to tell him to do something when I was trying to tell Moonbrook to do something. Okay. Seems okay. Hey, we're not dead. Great. We won the battle. Moonbrook got to 13. As I mentioned earlier, that's important. She gets a good agility boost. I'm actually going to handle that specific encounter differently now that she has more agility. Okay, good. We're going to equip the magic armor for the overworld here. Okay, we're almost there. We're outside of the cave. We're up to the overworld, the snowy landscape. But the monsters out here are also very strong. One Cyclops is probably the easiest possible battle I could see up here. Okay. Just a little further. Walk. Walk. Epic walking time. Let's go. Almost there. The monsters up here are even stronger. Go! Oh, we're so close. Oh no, it's the All-Stars. Get out of here. Oh, defeat missed. Exploded hurts, though. Oh no! No! Oh, we were so close. So close. Well, darn. We're 3 tiles away and hit basically the most powerful formation in... Magus 2 Gigantus and Hargon's 3rd floor might be worse than that, but yeah, that's one of the most dangerous battles in the entire game, and I don't care what level I'm at the speedrun, I will never, ever, ever fight that fight. Oh well. Tough luck, but as I mentioned earlier, we did earn a few thousand experience points going up there. Moonbrook is now level 13, which will make things a little bit easier. And frankly, I got quite lucky in the Killer +2 Mage Vampirus fight to even make it that far, so... Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Just trying to figure out what the most efficient thing here is. Alright. The other good news about that trip is that I didn't actually use my World Leaf, so I didn't have to go get another one. It's typically a situation where someone will die along the way, and you have to use your World Leaf to keep moving on. It's definitely a good idea. But if you use your leaf and then don't make it, it can be kind of a double punishment, because you have to go get another leaf. Trying to make this journey up without a leaf is just not safe. Dark Eye. Ew. One of my least favorite monsters there. They'll steal my MP and just generally be slow. Waste of time. Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay. Ghouls are no problem. Switch back to evade cloak. I'm sorry. Alright, no, that's fine. That looked weird for a second. Probably wouldn't have made it that far if something weren't right. Okay. We'll just have to dust ourselves off and try again. Too bad, because that's about as close as you can make it to that shrine and not actually make it, but oh well. I didn't get any item drops, otherwise I probably would have been able to afford that shield. Very unnecessary critical hit. Oh, there's an iron helmet. That'll take care of it, though. Alright, so success or failure. We should have enough gold to purchase the heal shield. Which won't help this journey a lot if I don't make it, but it'll help a little bit. A little extra defense can't hurt, and the efficiency is nice. The heal shield can be used as an item in battle to cast heal more on the user for free. It can only be used to heal the person holding the shield, and can be only used in battle. So again, this is a technique we'll be utilizing to improve my efficiency by trying to heal as much as possible in the middle of battle. Oh, nice walk. Nice walk. Killer to Berserker. So the Berserkers are 100% to sleep. Once the Berserkers are asleep, it's a lot easier to beat the Killer Machine by himself. 53 damage is a very good damage roll, so I'm guaranteed to beat him. I have enough health that he can't kill me unless he crits me. Yeah, just D. Nice dodge. Okay. Good fight. We should clear this without any further incident. Thunder Sword use there actually sets up a slightly faster clear, since I didn't defeat the Berserker in one hit. Oh, another fight. Fight the dragon, sleep the Berserker. Good. The dragon is very strong, but pretty easy to beat by itself. Ow. Rude. Alright. I want max HP on everybody. We were talking earlier about the specific damage ranges and HP values working to specific points. The killer machines at this point of the run especially, having just 1 or 2 extra hit points makes all the difference on those things. So Moonbrook at level 13 with 68 hit points is far more likely to survive the killer machine onslaught than if she were a level lower and had 63 hit points or whatever it is. Or 2 levels lower and only having 60 or so. Or being able to swing on turn 2 because Lore's health is just a few points higher versus having to defend. Okay, 4 dragons is very scary. If sleep works well, though, it hit 2 of them. That's not bad. Okay. Tough call. Thunder Sword. This is a tough call. Infernus is going to kill one of the awake ones. There's just Dragon D I'm worried about. Strong Breath attack is going to be really bad. Ooh, 1 HP. Okay. Okay. Too slow. It's okay. Careful. Okay. Be very careful. Turn order, please. Poor princess died. That's worth a lot of experience. And the good news is that Cannock got that experience. The bad news is that the princess is dead. I made some tough calls there, and well, we got where we got. I can actually beat these things. There are very few encounters that I can actually fight. You fell asleep? How did you fall asleep? Yeah, just keep fighting it. Defense is gonna make it annoying, but... I'd love it if you woke up, though. Thank you. You missed. Can't believe I'm getting killed in this fight. Oh wait, yeah I can. Oh, you know what I should be doing. Princess can't use the water dress, so let's give it to Cannock for a bit. I could move the magic hat too, but I think that's not really worth it. Let's just not fight anything. Good thing we moved that armor. I'm out of MP now though. It's alright. Walk? Can we do it this time? Epic walk? Nope. The blizzards were unaware of my presence. Woo, lucky. Okay, much better. We made it. Cost me my leaf, and the princess missed out on about 2500 XP, but that's not a big deal. I've been talking about how important experience is to the run. Actually, Prince Cannock's experience in particular is the most important. While he's been somewhat of a liability and maybe a little bit less useful than... Oh, I forgot to move the robe. That's fine. It's fine for now. If this kills me, it's okay. Oh, we got him. Okay. While Cannock has been a little bit of a weaker character, a little bit of a liability, he's going to earn very powerful spells that are critical to winning at the end of the game. So the whole deal here, especially in this last hour or so, is the whole focus is about earning as much experience for Prince Cannock as possible. So, again, I need to fix my gear, but she's literally wearing nothing. Except a hat. Not so helpful. Okay. So we made it through and we saved the game at the shrine. That is great. But before I'm ready to proceed to the real final level grind, it's going to help out a lot if I make sure... Let's get evade for now. It's going to be very helpful that I get more experience on Prince Cannock. In particular, I want to get to level 18 right here. One more level, I think. And Cannock's going to learn Firebane. Unlike in the original NES version, Firebane is a very powerful spell in this version. It does 50 to 65 damage to every single enemy it hits. And it targets everything at once in the field. It's very powerful and very helpful for defeating groups of dragons, which is going to be my main source of experience points coming up. My primary diet is going to be made of dragon meat for a while. Hopefully, lots and lots of dragons. Prince Sama 25 is going to be the goal. At level 25, he learns the Revive spell, and Revive is the key to winning the game, essentially. 3 sleep fails, that's nice. Get lucky? No, sleep failed 3 more times. Wow. Oof. I think I'm gonna die. That's okay. Alright, well that's too bad. Canuck died, so he doesn't get that XP, but... Not sure I had a lot of options there. Oh well. Each dragon is worth 480 points of experience. I keep reading 2020 on the line as a till next level message. No, that's not right. That's her name. Just a couple thousand experience points more and we'll get Canuck leveled up here. Not at that level. Okay. Okay, good. AG Devil. So that's a silver devil, for anybody who's wondering. AG is the chemical symbol for silver. In the original Japanese version, they're called Silver Devil. Alright. Alright, good. We made it here. Back into the cave. It's a little bit safer fighting in here. The overworld in particular, that white ground area, as we affectionately call it, the white ground, is home to some of the most deadly enemies. And particularly, we saw those enemies earlier, the blizzards. They have the defeat spell. When they cast defeat, defeat makes a check on each of my party members. It's a 1 in 8 chance of being successful. And if it is, they are defeated. They drop dead instantly. And it targets all of my party members at once. So when you do the math on it, it's about a 50-50 chance for it to do nothing, and a 50-50 chance for somebody to die instantly, and there's nothing you can do about it. Needless to say, blizzards are very, very annoying for that small fact, and are very high priority threat, as there's no real way to safely handle them ever. Which is why I'm not level grinding outside. Why it's actually a little bit easier, safer, more efficient for me to grind inside of the cave here, because the blizzards are just going to kill me. I mean, everything else is going to kill me too, but especially the blizzards. Okay, good. On reach level 18 and learn Firebane. I'm going to hang out here just a little bit longer. If I can get Lorasia to level up one more time as well, to level 20, that'll help. He gains a very big HP boost that will help him survive the coming dangers. I'm just going to go for it. Okay, good. If I don't get killed by this battle first. It's a pretty strong battle. Looks like we're in good shape. Good. Oops. Okay. Good fight. Worth a lot of experience points. Alright, so we're almost done this section. The last thing I need to do is pick up that heal shield. While I'm out on the overworld, we're going to grab a world leaf to replace the one we used, and Rubus's charm as well. Good. Ow. Rude. Alright, so that's 3,000. Is that enough? Retro 20? I know what I said. I also want Moon 15. She missed about 2,500 coming through, so... let's do one or two more fights. 2 dragons. This'll do. I think. If not, it'll be pretty close. Nice kill. It's 960 more points. Good. So the 7 hit points she gains there actually improves her survivability in a lot of these white ground encounters that I'm going to have to face. Alright, good. So we're leveled up a little bit, so we're level 20, level 18, and level 15 on my characters respectively. The characters don't level up at the same rate, and they don't even have the same max level. I believe Moonbrook's level is max is only like 35 as opposed to Lorasia's, which is like 50. I mean, it all balances out. The stat gains are static, so it's not really a big deal. It just looks weird sometimes. Yeah, no, we're fine. Probably should cast Step Guard there, but it's not a big deal. We won't be on the overworld very long. I'm gonna heal before I come back. Alright, we're gonna pick up the heal shield and get Rubus's charm. Gotta stretch my legs a little bit here. There's no real breaks in this run anywhere, so let's take gold. Yeah, sure. Oh, I have the helmet too. Let's get rid of that. No, not a steel shield. That's not what I wanted. A heal one. Zama's leather shield served him well, but it's time to upgrade. We're gonna do the equip trip one more time here and equip nothing but the heal shield, and then equip his gear back on magic. And move evade to 2020. Let's buy a couple more warp wings. Okay, so all my equipment is pretty much set. The only other thing I might purchase is if I get some very valuable item drops and find my way back in Baron. I may purchase some additional heal shields for other characters. They won't equip them, but they can still use them as items in battle to heal themselves efficiently. Even if Moonbrook, for instance, can't equip it, she can still use one as an item in battle. Not strictly necessary, but will be helpful if I find myself in that situation. Okay, so the real advantage of doing this little bit of grinding there ahead of time as well here, now that Lorasia's level 20, level 19 is actually when this starts working, Repel will keep the ocean monsters at bay for most of the ocean regions. We saw earlier when we were exploring around the ocean that some areas of the ocean have stronger monsters than others. Yeah, some of them are higher level zones than others, and Repel won't work in all of them. So I'm deliberately sailing in certain ways around certain encounter zones so that Repel will stay functioning and keep all the monsters at bay. It'll stop working on the land here, so oops, I'm likely to get a fight here while I pick up the leaf. Oh, almost. I'm not worried about damage or if somebody dies, I'll just revive. We're gonna get killed here? Yeah, I got killed here, that's great. Get up. Silly game. Oh. I'm trying to cast Repel before it expires. That little message that pops up is just a few frames that I'm trying to avoid, if I can help it. I'll need to cast Repel one more time to get far enough. We'll see if this is far enough, or if I'm lost. No, this is perfect. I think I'm actually one tile too far, but this is pretty close. Yep, there we go. Right around the shrine is another section where it's a higher encounter zone, but didn't see anybody. That's fine. It's just gargoyles and vampiras, stuff like that. Nothing that's going to be dangerous or anything like that. Not at this point. Alright, hopefully we did this right. We come down these stairs and show off my charms. Hey, we got them. Well, make sure you have inventory space too, please. I forgot this thing one time because I was out of inventory space. Alright, we got it. Great, we got it. Alright. About 250 shrine outpace. This is good for a not killing metal battle. Not bad. Alright. Now begins the ultimate level grind. This is not your typical walk back and forth kind of level grind. The most efficient place for us to earn experience in the entire game here is, now that I have the Firebane spell, is on the second floor of Hargon's castle. Oh, defeat missed, sleep hit, good. So, our goal here right now in this section is to head over to the second floor of Hargon's castle and fight as many enemies as we can, defeat as many of them as we can, as fast as I can. There are a couple of catches. The enemies that I'm going to fight on the second floor of Hargon's castle, while it is the most efficient place to earn XP, it is far from safe. The encounters are not free, and every single battle is pretty much a life and death struggle with the enemies in there. That being said, the monsters in this Whiteground overworld are even worse. They're even harder, and they give even less experience. Figure that out. But before I can start grinding on the second floor of Hargon's castle, I've got to get there. So I've got to fight my way over through there, through this Whiteground. And this is very dangerous. These monsters are very strong. Okay, surround worked. That's good. Let's dodge. So the first step is going to be just to try and get over there, right? And the second part will be to stay in the castle as long as possible. This is where MP efficiency, as I mentioned earlier, and my wizard rings all come into play. If I need to leave the castle to recover my MP or revive somebody who has died, I need to go back to that shrine and I have to walk back through this Whiteground section again. And these encounters, I'm doing pretty well so far, but I'm going to run from that one. That's pretty scary. There are a lot of scary fights, and making it through first... Well, we're not there yet. Making it through first try would actually be pretty decent. Be a good start. Bat demons here are pretty strong, but fairly susceptible to stop spell. Just heal and wait. It's not great, but that's all I can do right now. Okay. You'll have to excuse me sometimes if I get in some of these fights and there are some difficult situations. I really have to kind of stop and think about the best thing to do. Getting killed or even just being inefficient with clearing fights can be a pretty big time loss in this section. There are a ton of factors at play that go into how well this section goes and how quickly you can finish it. Nice fight. Survival is the most obvious one, but there's MP efficiency, fight efficiency, moment-to-moment decision-making in the battles. It's a lot of work to do this part safely. So I've brought my wizard rings here, and that's basically what I'm going to utilize too. Oh, I never sold the dragon sword. That's why I have so much money. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not right. I'm distracted. I have to use the evil statue here. As I said earlier, leaving this castle to recover MP or revive somebody is a pretty big problem, because coming back is just going to be inefficient to go through that Whiteground. Even when I am successful at clearing it, it's less experience than fighting up here. So, That's what the wizard rings are pretty much for here. Rather than leaving to recover my MP, I'm going to use the wizard rings. Each time I use the wizard ring, as I mentioned though, it has a 10% chance of breaking. I have 4 of them and I want to save 2 of them for later, which means I kind of have 2 of them as kind of fair game here. So we'll make as much use of them as we can until the first 2 break. If we're lucky and they just don't break, ooh, Devil Sword drop, we are rich. That sells for basically half of a heal shield, 12,500 gold or something like that. Sleep the Flame, it's a 85% chance to Sleep the Flame as opposed to 60 on a dragon. Heal. Turn order, please. That's too bad. There's no room to hand it over. There's no room to hand it over. Well, that's not a great start to the grind to have to throw away my World Leaf, but oh well. Got outturned by the Killer Machine, so it's not very likely at this point, but it can happen. Yes, the Devil Sword is Sword of Destruction. We'll not be using Falcon Sword of Destruction in this version either. That is not something that works. In the NES version, there are some interesting glitches and things that you can take advantage of utilizing the fake Laurasia town and Rubus's charm. One of which is the ability to equip a Falcon Sword and then equip a Sword of Destruction and then undo and then break the illusion with the charm, and it resets your equipment, but it forgets to redo your attack power. So you keep the attack power of the Sword of Destruction, which is the highest attack power weapon in the game, but you keep the property of the Falcon Sword equipped, which causes you to attack twice per turn. So you essentially have an uncursed Sword of Destruction that attacks twice per turn. It's kind of silly. We will not be utilizing anything like that. It does not work like that in this version. I can't even cast Step Guard and then reset it and get it to work. Can't get anything to work right. Okay. Step Guard resets itself very easily in this version. Anything I do pretty much resets it. Okay, good. Part of clearing enemies' encounter formations here efficiently is trying to complete these battles in good condition. That is to say, my characters have high HP at the end of the fight, and I can go straight into the next fight. Anytime I have to spend opening the menu and healing up after a fight comes out of time spent walking around looking for the next fight. Okay. Good. Okay, 2119. I'm looking for Laurasia 22 as a sign for changing some of my strategies. He gains a pretty big boost of agility. Prince Laurasia does at level 22. And in particular, when I see groups of 3 or 4 dragons, I'm going to play things a little differently. Okay, good. Didn't work. Dragon B woke up. Because sleep only costs 1 MP, it's often very efficient to put an enemy to sleep, even though I'm right about to defeat it. If the dragon, for instance, if I don't put him to sleep and he breathes a strong fire breath attack on me, I have to heal 3 times, and that's 9 MP. If I put him to sleep at 60% chance for 1 MP, that's a pretty big savings. The more efficient I am with my MP, the less often I'll have to use the wizard rings, the longer I can go in between using wizard rings, and the longer they'll last. The more likely I'll be able to keep more wizard rings for the end of the game, which will make it even faster. Better defend here. The Strong Breath tops out over 40 damage, so I can't be safe there. Instead of defeating that enemy that turn, I took that turn to heal. Using the heal shield heals Cannock for free, and Heal More heals Lorasia back to full health for only 3 MP in battle, and it cost me 5 MP outside of battle. So I know that the Flame, since I just put him to sleep, is guaranteed to sleep for 2 turns. I can use that first turn to just heal myself efficiently, and use the second turn to defeat him. That's efficiency. Ah, Sleep missed again. That was risky, but we got away with it. Both dragons are awake. Nice crit. Sleep failed twice. Seems okay, though. Nope. The wizard staff will kill it, though. Another double sword. Alright. We're really rich. Alright, so Moonbrook's MP is starting to get low, which means I'll be looking to use the Wizard Ring soon. I want to wait absolutely as long as possible before I start using this thing, so... I don't want to get caught in a situation where I'm in the middle of battle and I run out of MP. That's the worst thing that can happen, but... So 3 dragon and 4 dragon is the best encounter right now. I'm just going to attack them aggressively with my weapons like this and the Firebane spell. Oh, that was too soon to use. I didn't level up yet. I just got to 20 now. I should have used the sleep spell on Moonbrook there. I didn't. I used Infernus instead. That's the aggressive play that I want to use later when I'm a little bit stronger. But not yet. Oh well. It worked out okay there. It's just Lorasia's turn order initiative rate against a dragon. It's not very good right now. It'll be much better, and oh, if they don't see me, it's guaranteed, so. Okay, good. Alright, good fight. That's how that's supposed to go. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs here really quickly while I'm in the next battle. Okay, well, there we go. A little bit of a stretch there. I doubt anybody noticed, but I managed to break 2 wizard rings already. So guess what? That's really bad, and it means this grind is going to be less efficient than I really would like it to be, but what am I going to do about it, huh? So it's a 10% chance for me to break these rings. The very first 2 times I used them, they both broke. So that's pretty terrible. And it means that I'm going to have to do this grind in pieces instead of all at once, which is really kind of unfortunate, but I'll have plenty of time to go get those extra shields. I might even be able to get 2. Yeah, I guess. Very disappointed at this wizard ring situation. I'm basically already out of MP and I'm gonna have to forcibly eject myself. Normally I only like to leave if the monsters kill me, but it's like the wizard ring booted me. Well, that's unfortunate, but shortest lived wizard rings there ever were. Well, we used the World Leaf and broke 2 wizard rings in the first 15 minutes of that grind. It was a good 15 minutes, to be fair, but oh well, that dream is over. There's a small chance that the archdemons that I fight every now and then can drop wizard rings. It's about 3%, 1 in 32, that they will drop them. Now, if I can happen to run into one that drops one for me, that would be really helpful, but with breaking those 2 rings that early, there's not a lot of options I have. I'm not going to risk breaking more of them. I need the other ones for later. I don't quite have enough. Wait, I have more gold in the vault still, don't I? 2,000. Oh, that's not enough. Who's got an item worth 600 gold? Anybody? The old evade cloak. I can't sell that. Darn. Oh well. I could fight a couple of encounters out here, but it's just not worth my time. The shield on Laurasia is not going to actually improve efficiency that much. You don't find very many opportunities to use it on him because he's the one killing all the enemies. You need him to attack to defeat enemies, right? So oh, does he? No, he's only got 1. Everyone has 1 amulet. It may throw you off. The amulets are not actually equipped. They don't have to be equipped for them to work. So they're just in my bag wherever. Alright, well, we'll just repel in the ocean and these guys will leave me alone. The ocean monsters, that is. Oh, the amulet is not stopped. It's also doing sleep spell. There aren't a lot of enemies left that are going to cast sleep, but there are a couple. Bazuzu has sleep. Just off the top of my head, I can think of. We're past the part with a mage vampirist, so it's probably not that important. But I don't want him to fall asleep in Bazuzu. That would be bad. I mean, that guy usually falls asleep himself and then gets killed by defeat, but it's beside the point. Blizzards. Alright, this is the old Blizzard lottery. If the Blizzards don't kill me with defeat, then they will die to Firebane. Increase, that's not defeat. It's slow, but it's not defeat. Attack, that's not defeat either. Are they dead? Infernus plus Firebane plus Thunder Sword. Same thing with the dragons. Always kills blizzards. I shouldn't say always. There's technically a small chance that a dragon can survive all three of those effects. The minimum damage, I think, from all three of those effects combined is like 82 or something like that. And they max out at 90. But it's extremely rare. I've seen 2 dragons ever survive that combination of attacks out of like hundreds. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but... Oh, I have a shield. You know? I can heal for free. When I need to heal myself, at least. Use defense. This should ensure that I can beat him on this turn. Oh, I didn't... never mind. I forgot I had to beat the Gigantus. I spent a turn beating him. Oh, one more hit will do. Wizard Ring? Darn. I really need that Wizard Ring drop, man. Help me out. It's a pretty grungy fight. Let's try and avoid it. Okay, good. But yeah, now unfortunately, since I'm down Wizard Rings and I can't afford to use them, each time I want to recover my MP, I've got to head back and walk through that white ground again. Which has been remarkably straightforward so far. Alright. Back in the warmth of the indoors. Out of the cold blizzard outside. Greeted by some dragons. So here the Thunder Sword will kill the other 2. Good. Got a couple of these herbs still lying around, so make use of them. Okay. Nice crit. Yeah, and I missed a flame though. Missed him again. And he called for friends. Hi guys. Alright, much better. More flames is more XP, I guess. Okay, good fight. In case you've forgotten, the ultimate goal for this is that I need Prince Cannock, Thawne here in the middle, to reach level 25. He's going to learn the Revive spell, and that's going to be the secret spell I need to defeat the final bosses. So the exact target XP is actually 128,150. This is actually just short of level 25, it's going to make sure that after I defeat the first 2 bosses, I'll earn enough XP to reach level 25. That's going to be roughly Retro level 26, roughly 2020 Princess Moonbrook level 20. Is when we'll have that much XP. So we're pretty much just going to grind this way for a little bit longer. We won't be grinding all the way up just like this though. Once Canuck reaches level 23, which is about a level and a half for now, I think, he's going to learn the defeat spell. Defeat is 85% effective at defeating dragons. It's extremely powerful and will let me defeat lots of dragons very quickly. It's Dragon Warrior after all, and we're going to live up to it, hopefully. Once we get defeat and we see lots of dragons, we're going to make them disappear and earn lots of experience that way. For now, though, we've got to earn it a little bit harder. Got to do a little bit more work for it. Oh, nice fight. So as I said, the 3 combined effects, Infernus plus Firebane plus Thunder Sword, is guaranteed to wipe these guys out. So as soon as I cast Firebane, good. Turn order is not guaranteed. I can get killed before I actually cast it, but it's pretty rare. Good. There's another Devil Sword. That's the 3rd one. Cha-ching. Who wants that 3rd shield after all? Okay, good. The first time the flames actually went to sleep in this fight. Okay. Good. Oh, one of them woke up. It's crit. Oh, don't run away. Ah, darn it. That was a mistake. I promise that was a mistake. I fought that fight and I spent MP and didn't get the XP for it. Boo. My fault. Okay. Okay, good. Trying to maximize my efficiency without being able to use the wizard rings anymore. It's even more important that I stretch every point of MP I have to its maximum. Good. Good fight. What level are we? 21? We must be close to 22. That's about 7 minutes of level grinding per level up in this section until I get to level 23. If things are going smoothly. If things are going really well and I'm getting good encounters, it's a little closer to 6 minutes per level. But it's gotta be lots of fights like this. It would also help if I didn't have to leave and recover my MP the slow way, but I can imagine as a result of that, we'll probably be averaging a little bit closer to 8 or 9 minutes per level. So we did have to go get an additional World Tree Leaf after all. Oh, wow. Lots of things didn't work. I failed 2 sleeps and a stop spell out of 4 at 85% chance. Take the extra turn to make sure I can use the heal shields there. Even though Retro is my slowest character, it doesn't mean that he's going to go last out of the three of them each time. It's frequently the case you're counting on Moonbrook to go first to heal herself, and she doesn't for some reason. Okay. When the dragons show up with a flame like this, we're just going to ignore the flame for a moment while we defeat the dragons. Good. Sleep the flame and finish him off. Okay, who's next? Oops. Bonk. Bonk, bonk. About 5 more minutes of fighting and we should get the defeat spell. Okay, good fight. Okay, good. Great fight. We can get that about 5 more times and be awfully close to that level up, huh? The flame has the higher chance of going to sleep, so we'll go after that first. Okay. Flame woke up. Good. Yeah, fine. Okay, good fight. Who's next? Missing the flame is kind of annoying, but let's just defeat the 2 dragons. I have good, I missed. Okay, sleep the flames. Good. Now we can recover safely. Send in the next wave! Please. More dragons. Wouldn't mind it if Hargon sends another 12 dragons my way. Well, here's an ambush by a couple. Still gonna play turn 1 the same. It's gonna be risky. Yep, double strong breath. I guess clearing the fight is kind of worth it, but I'm not going to use my leaf. I've lost most of my MP. I won't be able to stay in here much longer. Using the leaf wouldn't really save me a lot of time because I'd have to go to another one. Just a minute anyway, so. Alright. Got surprised and poor Prince Cannock died. That's alright. 7,600 or so is what it said to the next level. That's when we learn defeat, and I should have plenty of MP that I can finish the level grind. So here's my goal, is basically to make 1 more grind session. Hopefully we should be able to grind up to the experience threshold I need. And then I'll start the boss rushes, boss rush, and probably defeat the first 2 bosses, maybe 3. Depends on how much MP I have left. Then we'll, nice crit. Then we'll head back to the shrine, save 1 more time, get everything else together that we want, and finish it up. So we're going to need to do about 15 minutes or so more level grinding, and then we'll be ready to proceed onwards, face to face with Hargon himself. Good. I'd like to heal more efficiently with the shield, but in that case... Oops. I'm gonna take too much damage from those guys. If they hit me, and I'll die. I can't afford to die. That was another good fight cleared. And we made it through again. Startlingly, I'm 3 for 3 on the white ground there, getting to Hargon's Castle. Amongst us Dragon Quest II players, there's a phenomenon that happens sometimes where you're trying to get to Hargon's Castle and you repeatedly die over and over and over again to everything. We call it the white ground loop. It's so far it's been a little small miracle. We've avoided the white ground loop. The white ground loop is not something that you want to have happen, but sometimes you just run into the All-Stars or a bunch of Blizzards that want to hit you with defeat, or rude Gigantus that love to cooperate and target the same person a bunch of times. That's why we do our level grinding in here and not outside, because of how difficult the encounters are outside. Good. 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 Good fight. So you can imagine if my wizard rings held up better, I would be able to use them to recover my MP earlier, and I wouldn't have had to leave. But, it's the way that it is. Usually the rings don't quite hold up all the way through the grind. That's not uncommon to see a little bit of ring breakage this point, but for as early as they broke, that was really kind of unfortunate. Oh, that was risky. I should not have done that. I got away with it. The bat demons actually do way too much damage to Cannock for him to do much. Yeah, the original was white text on black backgrounds. The original Dragon Warrior had backgrounds, environments for overlays for the monsters, depending on which environment you were. But they went with black backgrounds in Dragon Warrior 2 and 3, and 4 as well, so they could accommodate more sprites on the screen. Just make it easier to see, make sure that all the sprites are going to stand clearly on the backdrops and that sort of thing. So we don't get the nice backgrounds like we would in the Super Famicom version, but that is a Japanese only cart, so I do play that version a fair bit on my channel. I do speedrun that, as well as the other Super Famicom remake Dragon Quest games. Dragon Quest 3, I think, is maybe my favorite. I have defeat now. We're going to mix up our tactics pretty much whenever we see dragons. We're going to use defeat on them, and 85% chance to kill a dragon, and wouldn't you know it, that's what happens. They disappear like that. No animation, no nothing. Just 480 experience. So that's why I'm excited to get this defeat spell. Every time we see these groups of dragons now, it's going to be easy just to blow them up and grab my XP. The flames can also be hit by defeat, but it's only about 60% chance. It's a little less reliable, so I can't just be firing away at everything. I still have to keep some MP efficiency in mind because it costs 4 MP to cast Defeat. So in a fight like that, it's too risky for me to commit to using Defeat, because if it doesn't work well, then I'm going to get blown up by the Killer Machine for not defending. But a fight like this, once I cast Defeat, there we go. That's what we're looking for, fights like that. Excellent. Crinkle crinkle time. How about some more dragons? Hmm? Dragon warrior, huh? Nope. Alright, Cannock takes damage, but he'll recover with the shield. I'll try and get Moonbrook healed as well. Her shield, good. Good fight. I need about 1 more level up's worth of experience on Prince Laurasia, so about 3/4 of a level. Somewhere between 8 and 10,000 XP, I bet. Oh, that's the best fight. 4 dragons, Defeat goes first, and they all die. We need to see that fight about 4 more times, please. I missed that message. He woke up, didn't he? Yep. Good. I don't want that thing to breathe fire on me and take a lot of my MP away. But another added benefit of hitting enemies with sleep is that any enemy that has evasion loses all of its evasion when it's asleep. You can't dodge attacks when you're asleep. Surround, you can still miss things. But if an enemy's asleep, it loses all of its evasion, and I won't miss. Oh, great. More dragons. My favorite. 4 more, please. 2. The 2 dragon is the cutoff where using Defeat is not really a great efficiency. As you see, I only have enough MP to cast Defeat 5 more times. And I want to finish my grind here. Maybe I'll just do... Well, I don't need much MP for Atlas or Pazuzu, so maybe if I'm efficient and I get enough MP, I can at least try beating them. Good fight. All clear. Oh, nice. It's another 3 kills. Keep it up, Cannock. Cannock, who used to be such a weak character, is now suddenly so strong. This guy's gonna fork over a wizard ring for me, right? 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 Come on. You can do it. Wizard ring? Nope. Dang. Alright, if he's level 24, that means I guess I have a little bit more to go than I thought. Oh, he did miss out on a couple of encounters. Oh, I missed a dragon. Got enough damage to defeat him, though. Yeah, I probably won't have enough XP to actually do any of the bosses. Even casting Defeat once might make it a bit of a liability. Because I need 2 increases and at least one defeat. Oops, that was a missed target. I wanted to Sleep Flame. Darn. Take a bunch of damage, that's my fault. Oh, you called for backup. Alright, good. Oh, but I get the discount because of the hat. Yeah, I won't have enough MP. We're gonna have to go back before I start grinding. Do I still have my leaf? Yes, I do have a leaf. Okay. Oh, that's right. We left instead of using it. That's right. Defeat? Ah, it missed twice. No. It was my last chance. Now all my MP is gone. Dang. I'd love to take one more encounter, but if it's dragons, I can't defeat them, and I can't use Firebane either, so not sure taking additional encounter is really worth it. Yeah, especially because it's a bunch of dragons. Of course it is. I guess I'll beat them the old-fashioned way. It's still really good XP. But I'm gonna have to leave now. This is actually pretty close. Okay, good. Interesting targeting, but I understand sometimes why the AI targets the way that it does. It has to do with their strength, the monster's defense power, the HP of the monsters, and things like that. Do you have return yet? No, you only have outside. You have warp wings, though. I know you have warp wings. You have at least one. Okay. So we're just short on the XP I need, but chances are pretty good I can make it on the way. At this point, I'm probably going to try and just straight shot finish the game from here. That might be my last save. If we do parts of the boss rush wipe out and my rings don't break, then I can save and try again. But if I make any kind of progress and lose my rings, then I'll just have to start over. That's alright though. The level grinding is almost finished. Now, I'm still not fighting the All-Stars, I told you. We call these the All-Stars. It's the 3... Oh, wow, 2 defeats. Thanks. Just kill me, please. Thank you. Oh, we made it almost to the end of the grind before we got killed by a white ground encounter. A defeat stomped out my party. Well, that was nice. Sleep. Let's go, Wizard Ring! I'm gonna keep asking till you give me a Wizard Ring. You owe me, Dragon Warrior. No? We got the Metal Slimes and the Iron Helmet drops, the Wizard Staff drop, but broke all my rings. Alright. No, stop. Leave me alone. Can't fight those things. Okay. Almost there. This round is still good here. good. That should beat the green giant here. Get me 1,000 XP. Cool. Very close to getting the XP that I need, so... Oh, I do have the XP that I need. Good. I have sufficient experience now. I'm ready to move on. We're ready to advance past the second floor of Hargon's castle. We're going to look at the rest of the castle now, finally. The third floor of the castle also has random battles, but they are very different and extremely dangerous. There's a reasonable chance I actually just get outright obliterated by something up here. The Magus we saw earlier in Lorasia's basement, he's a random encounter monster up here along with Gigantus. Oh, this is basically the strongest battle in the entire game, I think. And I want nothing to do with that. Ugh. Oh, we were so close. I'll fight this guy. The metal babbles are... ignore those. They're not really here. Even if I do defeat one, I guess Retro would get a pretty good HP boost for the final boss, but it's irrelevant. Getting an extra 10,000 experience basically won't help me at all. Whew, okay, the random battles are over. This is the fourth floor of Hargon's castle, and from here on we will be doing nothing but fighting bosses. Okay, so first I need to set up my equipment the way that I want. So I'm going to move a couple items here to Cannock, the water robe, and the magic hat. And Moonbrook is going to equip the evade cloak. From here on out, it's the Prince Cannock show. If he is alive and doing well, then I'm happy. If he's dead, I'm in a lot of trouble. Alright, starting off, the first boss is Atlas. He does nothing but double attack constantly. I'm going to buff up my defense power with Increase. Once I do that, this will be a pretty safe fight, but he can kill me before I cast Increase. Great. He can kill me before I cast Increase. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's flee because I can't defend. Oh, shoot. Am I gonna die? Probably. I can't beat this guy with Cannock, can I? No, I can't. I used my Letha. That's not productive at all. I didn't accomplish anything. So let's just reset the game. That was pretty bad. Cannock's initiative is about 50-50 in that fight, and if I cast Increase even once, he will not die to that. But, yeah. That was kind of unfair, but yeah, well. Try that again. What did I tell you? If Cannock's alive, I'm happy. If he's not alive, I'm not happy. That's why. That was a highly unsuccessful trip. I didn't really accomplish anything. I got the XP I needed, but I threw away my World Tree Leaf. And I didn't defeat any of the bosses, so that is not a very productive. We'll just have to try again. Wow. No, I guess warp winging back wouldn't have been all that much. It would have been a little faster, but I only have one wing anyway, so. Now we're hitting a little bit of that white ground loop. Alright, come on. Need one more decent trip here in the castle and we'll finish the game, huh? That's alright. Wouldn't be Dragon Warrior 2 if I didn't have to earn it a little bit. Okay, once again, that should be the XP that I need. Please remember that you earned it this time. Poison. Wow, 3 poison breath. Alright. No. Alright. We might make it. Hey look, we made it. Okay. Oops. Let me double check once again that I have... No, I don't have enough XP. I need to defeat some monsters. Okay. Last chance for that wizard ring drop. You can do it. I still want one. I'll still be happy to get one. I promise. Our demon woke up just in time to die. Still no wizard ring. Dang. Where are all the wizard rings, huh? Not in my inventory. We broke them all. No, that's not true. I have 2 of them. That's the whole point. I assume the Archdemon gave me enough. Oh! I got a Bolt Staff! The random Maguses actually can also drop Bolt Staffs. It's not 100%, but it's useless though. I don't want it. I'm not going to use it for anything, so... In fact, it's going to clutter up my inventory, so... Just throw it away. Let's get rid of the Devil Sword too. Actually, leave that as a placeholder for now. Let's move this stuff again. Water back to Thon. Magic Hat back to Thon. Equip. Water. Magic. Equip. Evade. Alright, let's try Atlas again. Once again, as long as he doesn't target Sama with a double physical before, or Canock with a double physical before I get to cast Increase, this should be a fairly free fight. There we go, we cast Increase. Even though he hit Canock, I didn't die. Cast Increase again. Increase stacks twice, and effectively doubles my defense power. It's 50% additional defense for each cast, so... Great. That was easy, right? Okay. Next on the mini-boss agenda is Bazuzu. He's got some very powerful spells, but he's the slowest of the bosses and is highly vulnerable to this sleep spell himself. He can also be killed with defeat. So we're gonna try and defeat him twice. Nope, didn't work. Alright. Defeat doesn't work, then I will just use defense twice and beat him the old-fashioned way. Okay. As promised, defeating Bazuzu, we made sure to earn enough XP so that I learned Revive after beating that guy. That's what I wanted. Alright. it a little more for the start of this. Okay. Zarlox is next. This guy's a giant troll because once his HP falls below... Wow, he ambushed me. What an even trollier thing to do. Once his HP falls below half, his AI will sometimes select Heal All, which, yes, restores him back to full HP. And essentially resets the fight. It's going to take 6 hits from Prince Loresia to defeat this guy. And we're getting in the range now where he might heal himself, so cross your fingers, no heal all. That's exploded, that's not heal. Critical hit would be really nice, or I'm going to try hitting him with exploded. Ah, darn. Heal all. Attack magic is about 50-50 of hitting this guy. But the extra damage is sometimes enough to defeat him there when he's weak. Not going to be worth it on the rest of the time though, because MP efficiency is still a concern. It's not unlimited. Okay. There shouldn't be anything dangerous about this fight at this point. It's just, oh, nice crit. That should beat him. Good. That does about half of his health. Nothing dangerous about that fight at that point. It's just how long does it take for him to die. Yeah, I think we're just going to recover my MP and YOLO it from here. It's good. Okay. Here we are, the top of Hargon's castle, finally. Taken us nearly 4 hours, but we're face to face with the bad guy himself. No, I don't know who you are. Sorry, that's a in-joke of ours. Okay, Hargon is very similar to the previous fight. Oh, Sweet Breath hit 2 people. What a game. Wake up. Wake up. Thank you. This will be fine. With second increase, I can do defend, heal all, and be safe. Good. Good. Okay. Hargon's basically pretty much the same as the last guy, except he doesn't have heal all. He has heal more instead, which is only going to heal him about 1 attack's worth of damage. I can also hit him with stop spell at a kind of a low rate, but if it does stick, it makes this even faster. I still want to heal efficiently instead of stop spell when appropriate, but is that it? Nope, not quite. Oh, there we go. There's a stop spell. I think he's done anyway, but no, not quite. Sweet Breath. Oh, you're gonna stop spell me, huh? I'll do something even worse. Blast it! Hargon is upset that he's been defeated, but that was the final boss, right? We won the game, right? Yeah, not quite. With his dying breath, Hargon has summoned Shido Malroth in the NES version. Shido is his Japanese name. Make sure I have everything. I guess this is all set, so let's go. Okay, time for the final battle. It's Shido, the god of destruction. This is going to be a very seesaw battle, kind of back and forth while I get set up. His strong fire breath attack does extreme amounts of damage. Every time he breathes fire on me, I need to play defensively until I can recover. The first things I need to do are buff up my defense power with increase, and lower his accuracy with the surround spell. As long as, and this is definitely the case, good surround, as long as the character in the middle, Canok, is alive, I'm happy. Everybody else can die, and probably will die like 10 times in this fight. I don't care. As long as Thon is okay, we're happy. Oh, darn. Oh, I was missing defense power. No, I died. Darn it. His accuracy was lowered, so it was bad luck that I got hit there, but... Well, darn it. It doesn't look like okay. The good news is that we can progress again from there. We died there, but we didn't break any of the rings or use the World Leaf, which means that since the bosses don't respawn, I have to fight Hargon again, but I won't have to fight the other bosses. We did make some good, decent progress there. That was a little unfortunate. I was missing some defense power. I wasn't quite stacked up on 2 increases, so I took a little extra damage there. A high damage roll from the fire killed my defending lore when I tried to heal him. Otherwise, he would have been alive and been able to revive with my World Leaf. Oh well. The good news is that I also already have the revive spell now, so as long as Cannock is okay, Sorry, use the item. Ugh. That was too bad, but this is why I provided a little bit of extra wiggle room on my estimate. There's a lot of RNG factors at play in this run, and it's a very high skill run. You can mitigate the impact of RNG by playing well, but you can't eliminate it entirely. This is going to be faster to clear with defeat. If I get a bunch of fire thrown at me, I'll actually take a lot of damage and it'll be slow. Oops. Cannock is fully equipped with the water dress and the water flying clothes, magic hat, and everything else, so the chances of him getting killed are actually much lower than they were before. If everybody else dies, it's okay, he can revive them. Oh, so close. Oh, he's gone. Defeating that thing, as I said earlier, is inconsequential. I really don't care if I beat it. Prince Lorasia would gain like 15 hit points and it would make Shido easier, but not that much easier. Would have made all the difference last attempt, but oh well, I don't know that. Alright. There are no random battles up here, as I said earlier, and the bosses are gone, so I just have to get to the top floor, fight Hargon again, and then we can do Shido again. Do-do-do-do. Oh, turn order, please. That's not fair. He's gonna die when I get hit by Explode It now. Oh my gosh. Don't like using my World Leaf for Hargon, but I'm not sure I have a choice here. Okay. Good news is I crit him earlier, so it'll be a little bit quicker of a fight. I said it earlier, Heal More doesn't really do anything. It basically heals him for the exact same amount of damage as he's taking each turn, so it just is slow, but not really that slow. That's why when he does heal himself, I like to try Stop Spell. Okay, good. He won't be able to heal himself now. Good. Alright. Round number 2. goes the ring. That's fine. Obviously, if I fail again, we'll just reset. Didn't actually accomplish anything. I'm going to give the last ring I have to Cannock. As long as Cannock is alive and has MP, we can win this fight. I don't have a leaf, which is a bummer, but... first try surround, great. Okay, fire breath. Increase, okay. That doesn't do anything right now. A second increase in defense. So the second thing I want to do now is lower his defense power. Defense takes away half of his defense power, the defense spell. So 2 applications will take it all away. Each time he casts increase, I have to cast defense a second time, an additional time. So 1 more cast. Oh, increase. Defense. Defense. 36. Okay. Okay. It's fine. Looks pretty scary, but as long as Cannock is alive, I'm okay. Increase, okay. Princess has defense, so I need to revive her. Should I defend with Moon? That's not really helpful. There are always better things to do than defend. I have lots of MP, let's use Explode It. Cheeto has 1,750 health, but no way of recovering HP. Once his defense power is lowered like this, I can do a lot of damage per turn. Nice dodge. Get him again. Okay, once he breathes fire on me like this, though, I'm switching on to full defense mode, though. Okay. Attack. Nice dodge. One more Explode It. I am running low on MP, but I still have plenty. Oh, he's gone. Alright, that's what I thought. Good. Much better that time. Cheeto was slain, Hargon was defeated, his castle crumbles. We've saved the day. Yes! Alright. For this category, last input is going to be after my father names me the new king of Laurasia. So, that's in just a minute here. GG, though. The final boss is slain. And all that's left is for me to walk home. Sail home, as it were. And then finish up. Okay. While we wrap up here, I want to thank everybody so much for watching RETROTHON 2020, and I want to thank RETROTHON for having me on again this year. A lot of fun as always, and I hope you guys enjoyed Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy Color version. A little bit further. I don't get lost in the ocean first. Not done yet. We should pass by Zahan here to the south. This shrine here is the fastest way home. go. Thou must. Hail King Retro. GG, Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy Color version, 4 hours, 3 minutes, 37 seconds. RTA timing. GG. Some tough RNG near the end there, but what do you know? That's Dragon Warrior 2 for you. It's never an easy go. So, fireworks scene is coming up here, and I've got a few extra minutes, so it's Dragon Quest RTA tradition for a lot of the runners. We like to. There are songs that that go with the ending credits theme. So there's a Japanese song that goes with the ending credits, Konomichi Wagatabi. So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and I'll sing. I'm not a professional singer or anything, so excuse me if you don't like singing. I'm gonna sing. Once the longest fireworks show in the world is over. Do, 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 do. Shounen jidai no mihatenu ano yume 今でも心に抱き続けてる今朝焼けの空を見上げてしきりにこの胸うずかせる履きつぶしてきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち時には見るしか果て探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな想いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃え たぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出すYes. Alright. Once again, GG. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy Color version, the end. Alright. We made it all the way here to the end of the game. Once again, I hope you enjoyed Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy Color version. Speedrun 4 hours, 3 minutes, 37 seconds. Okay. So, I'm all finished. So, I'll be shutting off and heading out. But don't go anywhere. There's more RETROTHON 2020 coming up right after this. So, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a great day. Goodbye.